know who Bart is, man? Bart been talking, folks. Now, Bart is the NFL player. Okay?
Bart running around threatening niggas with lawsuits and all that. Flacco.
Should we get to Bart or read Super Chats first? Let me know.
We
get
look
to
like
Bart
we litty in Facebook, YouTube, Kick,
let's read Super
Rumble,
Chats.
Twitch. Hold on, let's get that
let's get to Bart.
Until I come back, check out Poetic Flacco, y'all.
Okay, perfect. So, okay, cool. So, Bart, one of Nolan Wall's friends, is responding back, and he's panicking. I'm not lying, okay? One of Nolan Wall's homie, Bart, is absolutely panicking, bro. Bart, after the audio got released, now the audio is what people believe implicates him in this Nolan Wall's murder. Folks believe this. And because of this, we've seen the result of that audio dropping where his name is mentioned. He has given the police 20 witnesses that they ain't know before. So why would you hold it on this information? But he gave them 20 witnesses. And they are also sending lawsuits and cease and desist out to anybody that mentions him in this Nolan Wall situation, which I don't think they can do that. Like, you can't sue people for speculating about something. Again, you can sue them for saying you did something, but not speculation, right? So Bart is the name that was mentioned during the boat audio. So y'all remember when the boat audio was playing, it was like, yo, he's dead. Oh my God, Nolan. Oh my God, Nolan, no, Nolan, no. Well, in that audio, after you hear shut the F up, you hear damn it, Bart. Now, because that name was mentioned during the audio, damn it, Bart, folks like, oh, okay, why were they saying damn it, Bart? What was Bart doing to make him say damn it, Bart? What happened? And then during the interviews that Warren did and Tristan did, they both mentioned Bart. So now Bart is this new character who believes he's being talked about unfairly. And because of this, right, Bart is now like telling like TMZ, the police told TMZ, that Bart has given up 20 witnesses. And then we'll get to the lawsuits that Bart intend on filing. And we'll talk about who exactly he intend on suing. So this is what TMZ said about Bart and the 20 witnesses earlier today.
Bart.
Pause, Flacco. Y'all already know. Today is definitely Friday, and I'm just glad it's not Monday. Monday is the worst, first day of the week. Always seem to feel I never get enough sleep. Tuesday's the one day, feels like a Sunday, and if it wasn't for Monday, I wouldn't even notice. Wednesday's the hump day, get you out the slump day. Thursday's the day before that bread, so you come day. Friday's the next direct deposit. And now it's the weekend, and you didn't realize it. Yes, sir. It's your boy Dabrand. Don't know. We back at it once again on a Friday evening with that jump off. I got my man Poet Flacco on the screen. We about to go. He live. We live. They live. We all live. You know, we keep it live out here. And with that being said, it's your boy Dabrand. Don't know. We back at it once again. Check it out. Because Monday is the worst. First day of the week. Always seem to feel I never get enough sleep. Tuesday's the one day that feels like a Sunday. But if it wasn't for Monday, I wouldn't even notice. Wednesday's the hump day, get you out the slump day. Thursday's the day before that bread, so you crump day. Friday's the next direct deposit. It's the weekend, Doogie didn't realize it. Let's go. Yo, Flacco.
People have been sort of theorizing online and even just flat out accusing him, saying
Hold on, pause. This section of the show is being sponsored by the stickermill.com. You can definitely go to the stickermill.com/Dabrand and get those first 10 custom stickers on your boy. Let's go.
Jealous of Nolan because of the girl that Nolan was with on the 4th of July, Katie McCormack, and they felt like Bart had a relationship with her. So Bart's hired an attorney, and the attorney already came out and said, that's not true. He didn't have a relationship with Katie. The photo you think is Katie is not Katie. Done all that. But they're in particular now they're going after one OnlyFans model / influencer who has voiced her theory about Bart being involved. Her name is Kimberly, and she is the recipient of a cease and desist letter from Bart's attorney. I don't know if Kimberly is all that scared of this lawsuit. based on what after she got that cease and desist.
We'll get to Kimberly, right? We'll get to Kimberly, all right? Kimberly do not give a damn. Now, Kimberly, in terms of the short form, she's probably been like the leading short form creator in terms of this Nolan Wells situation. Kimberly drops like 5 to 10 videos a day on Nolan Wells. Like, she gives like 5 to 10 updates, like, on Nolan Wells. Like, it's, like, her work ethic is crazy, all right? So because of that, like, a bunch of her short form goes viral. And because of the virality now, you have people like Bart saying, hold on, bro, you saying my name to, bro, I'm getting bad press. Bart is trying to go to the NFL. Bart don't want no drama on his name. Bart is trying to play the next college season without any hiccups. Can you imagine if this Nolan Wells investigation or this case, right? Can you imagine, if this Nolan Wells investigation in this case is not wrapped up yet by the next collegiate season where Bart has to go and play for Wyoming, and then you have Bart coming out, and then as he walks in out, you hear nothing but boos. Boo, boo, boo. Can you imagine if Bart plays at an HBCU? If this Nolan Wells situation is not concluded and wrapped up yet, I think Bart is trying to get ahead of it and speed this up. Because when college football season starts and Bart plays, let's just say a predominantly black university. Let's not say HBC. Let's just say he plays at a university that has, let's say, 50% of black folks enrolled are black. Can you imagine, people, the boos, the things being thrown, the hostility towards Bart? Bart might not be able to get off the school bus,
the
football team bus, without a police escort. There will be mobs of people outside waiting for Bart if this is not concluded, which is why Bart wants to get ahead of this. Bart wants this to be over. Bart believes he's innocent, so Bart is giving up 20 witnesses.
But those 20 witnesses, Flacco, is his peoples. And they ain't gonna do nothing but go in there and lie for him anyway. We talking about Mississippi, baby.
Bart said out season, but here's where I think Bart is going wrong. Bart and Bart parents, welcome to the internet, bro. Welcome to the internet, bro. All right. Now, you guys are ex-NFL players or something of that sort. You guys are millionaires. You're all wealthy. The people you are trying to sue or take to court, they might not have anything. I'll be real with y'all, bro. Now, I don't know Kimber Ali finances. I'm sure she's doing pretty well.
Them niggas got public defenders. They free. Go ahead, spend all your millions to sue me, because I ain't got it for you anyway.
Well, but Kimber Ali, when she be talking, she is gangster. She's like, you can tell she's from a trap. Like, she's from somewhere where you grew up tough. Man, Kimber Ali don't got $1 million for y'all to get, bro. She's a hardworking woman, probably a 9-to-5er. She got the OF hustle going on, too. She don't got $1 million for y'all to get. So you going after people who essentially you will get nothing from in return. And the lawsuit ain't going to be over within, 10 days.
That's what I'm telling them. They're going to be spending all that money to get $10. So let them spend it. You know what I'm saying? They already did what they did to Nolan. And we already know. They was not screaming. Bart, no, on the boat. And what, 1 million motherfuckers? All of our imaginations is just made up like that? If anybody out there in the chat heard the tape of the toe tape. What's it called? They pumping, they waste out the basement right in front of the building. Yeah, so anybody was recollect what happened with the toe, the boat toe? When the boy was on the phone, what's his name? His name is Wyatt. Wyatt was on the phone with the boat toe. And Wyatt was over there acting retarded because he was acting like he didn't know how many people was on the boat. And how many people on the boat? How old are they? Everybody's under 21. That wasn't the question, meathead. Huh? Remember they said, why it was on the phone? Warren said why it was the motherfucker who went down there and pulled the trap to let the water out. Right? We getting too many conflicting stories, bruh. Now all of a sudden later on, after the tape come out, now Bart had a reason aboard the boat. Just in case his fingerprints show up on something, he had to have a reason for why he was on the boat. But up until that point, we didn't even know Bart was in existence. They kept his face, his name, everything out the paper. But when that boat tow tape dropped and they cleared it up, and that technical engineer went there and she put the noise reduction on there, and then she hit it with the whip whop and the bam bam, and then when you press play, you can hear all this shit in the background. That's when Bart's name really came up. Cause you heard a nigga in the background, no, Bart, is he dead? Did you kill him back? Bart. Who the fuck is Bart? We didn't even know Bart was in existence up until now. Huh? And the second time Bart's name came up is when Warren was on Officer Bootlicker show. The Bootlicker. We ain't gonna never call him by his real name because he's a bootlicker. You get me? Bootlicker show. And he was trying to keep his buddy's name because that's what he said. He said, my buddy. You know, I was at my buddy's house. My buddy. Do you talk like that, my man? Or do you say call a person by his name? Me and my man Soup, even if it's a nickname. Me and my man D's going over here. Me and my man M going over here. Me and my man Fish going over here. I ain't gonna say, yo, me and my buddy, we getting ready to go uptown. Who calls their best friend their buddy? Come on, knock it off. He was trying to be deceptive. He was trying to hide some things from us. You heard me? Stop it, man. People ain't as dumb as y'all think, man. You know what I mean? These ain't the days when y'all kept books from people and they couldn't read and write, motherfucker. We can do all that shit now. You hear me? You hear me? We can do all that shit now. You know what I'm saying? We got masters and shit now. Bachelors and shit now. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all really think y'all can pull the wool over our eyes like that now with this internet shit going on? Yo, TikTok. Let's get them. We got Rumble, Facebook, YouTube, Kick. We on all streams, live streaming. Let's keep doing it. There's no way to stop the flow. I'm your boy, the Brando Knows. And before we get back to the commentary with my boy Flacco, because Flacco is live. So if y'all want to go to Flacco and hear all the commentary that he got going on, you can go straight to Poetic Flacco and tune in. You know what I mean? Come back to your boy if you feel like it. But for now, we just going to kick the fat. But this part of the show right here is being sponsored by the stickermill.com. So if you go to the stickermill.com /Dabrand, I got 10 free stickers for your first order, baby. You can upload a picture of your pretty ass face and get those stickers custom made. With that being said, now that you know that your boy the Brando knows, let's go, Flacco.
Right?
Yeah. What's this? Come on. We
right?
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
You don't got nothing to get. So you going after this woman all this does is give you bad PR. That's all it does.
Make you look like the cocksucker that you are. You understand? That's how rich people bully you, man. They try to bully you out of saying what it is that you need and want to say. Huh? Because they got the lawyer in their pocket. Because the judge is your mom's. Huh? Y'all just going to cover it up. You think we don't know what y'all was up to? All right, take this for instance. Let's get into this shit, man. Look. Yo, Flacco, chill. I'll take the floor for a minute. Check it out. Look, for one, the boat tow, we in the middle of a crisis. We on a sinking ship, my man. The ship is sinking, my brother. To the point we got to call for a tow. Right? We in the middle of the call. Call goes, ding, ding. Hello, hey, man, help you out. Listen, man, we on the boat, man. We in 31 feet of water, man. We going down fast, man. We need some help. We need y'all here, man. Hurry up, please. Come get us. 1 second later, they cancels. They didn't even cancel the order, but their grandfather, who was not even on the boat, he home somewhere chilling. How is it that they call a grandfather from the boat first, chopped it up with him about something, and then made the call to the boat tow? What we thinking is that was just an alibi because they never needed a boat tow. The boat tow never came. Bart came. Bart pulled up with his big boat. He had the biggest boat out of all of them, right? Because Wyatt was riding in the 20-foot Triton with the missing kid Nolan, right? Warren was on the big boat with Bart, right? Now that story's a little conflicting right there in itself. For one, because Warren said he called Bart that morning and told him to bring the boat out. You understand? So they all met up at the dock. There's 3 boats. There's Bart boat, there's Wyatt boat, and there's Javon boat. All right? Now the 4th boat came into play with Trayvon's. That's his man that was talking about, that was my phone. That wasn't his phone. Right? Let me give y'all a scenario. Hold on. Man, she took the phone. Yeah, hold on.
Yo, all
Hold on. She took the phone, but anyway, when she come back with the phone, I got some displays I'm going to show y'all because, like I said, he took the phone and, basically, man, me personally, in my own opinion, man, I don't think that kid even made it to the island, man. I think that dude was gone long before that because when Warren said that him and Nolan spent the night at Wyatt house and they left Nolan and went to McDonald's, to Warren's house, went to hook the boat up, then went to the dock, how did Nolan get there if y'all left him at the crib? Y'all said y'all left Nolan at the house. He spent the night at Wyatt's house, but y'all left him there and went off. He met y'all. He was supposed to have met y'all at the dock, but did he? Did he? You said you went and packed the boat. You filled the boat up with ice. How much ice you need, man? Was Nolan on ice already? Huh? Is that how y'all wound up with the phone here, there, everywhere? Huh? I gotta wait for Shorty to bring back the phone, so, because I got some shit on there I gotta display. But until then, Flacco, take the floor.
Phil. Nolan Wall friends have came out with a bunch of theories that makes no sense.
None.
They have came forward with a bunch of theories that makes no sense whatsoever.
None.
Right?
None.
They've came out with this theory and that theory. The theories makes no sense. It's horseshoe. It's nonsense. Right? It makes no sense whatsoever. It's absolutely nonsense. It makes no sense whatsoever. Nonsense.
None, Flacco? None?
But TMZ has never came out and said, yo, Nolan Wall friends makes no sense. Yo, Nolan Wall friends, da.
No,
they won't criticize Nolan Wall's friends. They won't criticize Brandon Tatum changing up his opinion about 5 different times. But they'll want to critique me and you for having theories because the people who know things won't say what happened. I told y'all how TMZ get down, bro. They're not friends.
We don't know who was on the island with Nolan after 4:30.
That's right.
We don't know who he was with.
Well, we know that boat took off without him. We don't know what the answer is, but there is something there.
What's going on?
There's nothing there because he wasn't on the island after the boats left. Y'all bugging. You hear me? Y'all making up theories. Y'all just came up with that whole theory. He was on the island after we got 2 witnesses after 2 weeks and 175,000 was offered. They would have been came got that money, don't you think? Huh? What the fuck? Got you. Anyway, yeah. They would have been got that money. So all of a sudden, y'all coming out of the woodwork with these 2 witnesses that said they saw Nolan on Horns Island after 6 o'clock. Fuck out of here. We ain't trying to hear that shit.
From Buffalo, New York. I feel like
Not
Brett
at all. We don't
is trying to
believe.
protect his
We
potential
don't believe.
NFL career, and he has the money to do so. And I definitely think it's smart in order for him to lawyer up.
Yeah. That's to your point. Bart plays college football. He's a punter. He's actually pretty good, and some people think could go to the NFL eventually. So there's that too, that he could be. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Bart people have been sort of theorizing online and even just flat out accusing him, saying that he was jealous of Nolan because of the girl that Nolan was with on the 4th of July, Katie McCormack, and they felt like Bart had a relationship with her. So Bart's hired an attorney, and the attorney already came out and said, that's not true. He didn't have a relationship with Katie. The photo you think is Katie is not Katie. Done all that. But they're in particular now they're going after one OnlyFans model / influencer who has voiced her theory about Bart being involved. Her name is Kimberly, and she is the recipient of a cease and desist letter from Bart's attorney. I don't know if Kimberly is all that scared of this lawsuit. Based on after she got that cease and desist, this was her response.
You want to sue me? Let me tell you how it's going to go. I am poor. I have nothing. I don't own anything. You can't put a lien on property. I have nothing. It's going to
start, slinging around lies.
Yo, listen, bro. This is why. This is hey, listen. Welcome to the internet, bruh. Welcome to the internet, bruh. Okay? Welcome to the internet, okay? Yo, this is why the internet ain't for the weak, bruh. Yo, the internet ain't for the weak, homie. Welcome. Right? Right? Yo, Kimberly is telling you how she get down. Listen, man, I ain't got no paper. I ain't got no money. You can file the lawsuit. You're probably going to win the lawsuit. Right? Yo, she said, listen, you can file the lawsuit. I don't have money to contest it. I'll probably come and show up myself. You're probably going to win. Right? But all you're gonna do is just exhaust your resources. I don't got no homes to come after. I don't got no houses. I don't got no properties at all. I don't got no like what are you gonna come after? That's her stance. Right? She said, okay, I got the letter. Thank you. Well, Paul, thanks for telling me. I'm going to now go back to tell about all these stories about Bart, all right? She said, thanks for notifying me, Bart. Now, let me get back to what damn it Bart means. Let me get back to what damn it Bart means, bruh. See, me, bruh, I can't play these games, man. All right? When it comes to
me neither,
Bart,
Flacco.
Again, y'all heard me say it in the last live stream. When it comes to Bart allegedly, you feel me? Damn, bro, these hiccups is killing me.
Yo, Flacco, they said the allegedly don't work no more. They said if putting allegedly in it, that ain't gonna help you. So what you gonna do now? They said putting allegedly in your video ain't gonna help you, man. So if you say something incriminating, they gonna sue your ass.
Nah, Flacco, hell no, Flacco ain't next, man. Listen, man, Flacco. As we're speaking, okay? As we're speaking, okay?
What?
As we're speaking, okay? Bruh, listen, as we're speaking, I'm getting like the text to send a wire for my like a Maybach truck, like as we're speaking. So I'm sending like the wire right now for my like Maybach truck. Man, Flacco ain't playing them games, bro. Listen, man. Hey, listen, bro. I get to playing these games that she playing. They taking my Maybach truck. They taking my home in Katy, Texas. They taking my business. They taking everything, bruh. Everything. So I can't play these games that Kimberly is playing. But y'all done tried to harass the wrong one, bruh. Katy don't give a damn.
About them. I mean, this theory online that this kid was somehow concocted Nolan's death as revenge because he was secretly dating this other girl. I mean, now we're just getting into like crazy conspiracy theories at this point. And I feel like that case has been filled with.
Pause. That's TMZ talking, y'all. You heard what she said? She said a 21. Y'all believe a 21-year-old kid would conspire to take out another young man over a lady? Who think that's possible? Is this chick out of her motherfucking rabbit ass mind, man? When I was a youth, man, I lost about, I would just say conservatively 10 friends, man. Over my boy Dow, God bless the dead, killed over a girl that he was dating for years before she started creeping with some bozo. Huh? I could keep going on with the names of friends that I lost over chicks, but guess what? I ain't about to do that. Just know it happens. And they over here on TMZ acting like it's impossible. Imagine that young man coming up concocting a plan to kill somebody over a girl. You don't think that's possible? He 21. He 21. I seen motherfuckers younger than that kill niggas over a girl. Huh? I seen motherfuckers younger than that kill a nigga over girls, man. You crazy? I seen people kill their brothers over girls, man. Is you stupid, TMZ? Yeah, I'm telling you, man, TMZ is the board office program in the planet. If you paying any attention to anything they say on there, you might need to get your head examined, boy, because they lie to you with impunity on a regular. You know what I mean? They don't care, is what I'm trying to say. They don't give a fuck. Like right now, straight lying to you. You think I'm lying? Check it out. Check them out. Listen to these cocksuckers.
Well, and Bart actually took it a step further beyond that. He said, not only did I not have anything to do with Nolan's death, but I have actually told police the 20 people I saw that day out there, gave them names, and he said, I'm cooperating fully with this investigation, and he wants to know who killed Nolan. If someone...
I've just got...
Hold on. Do y'all call that cooperating fully? Y'all remember when this case started, right? Bart was there, y'all. He was there. He could have been came out with these 20 witnesses. Why it take for your name to come up in the situation before you do all that? You could have been gave us those 20 witnesses. You knew that Nolan's mother and father was looking for him and wanting all the information that they could get to solve the crime, right? You knew that then. You knew that when this shit first happened. You knew that Monday on the 6th, when his body turned up on the beach face down, you knew that Nolan's parents wanted all the information that they could get to solve the crime that happened to their child, right? But what did you do, Bart? Since you want to be throwing around lawsuits, what did you do, Bart? Huh? You did nothing. You didn't say anything. Huh? We talking about the 6th. He disappeared on the 4th of July, my man. Today is what, the 31st? It took you over 3 weeks, my man, to turn out that information that you could have turned out on the 6th that night. If it took you that long to gather up all the witnesses, which would be the people that was on your boat, right? The boat that you did not want nobody to know was there, right? Because check it out. What the thing? Warren called you early in the morning. But y'all never mentioned Nolan that whole day. So y'all trying to tell us that, well, I mean, how did Nolan get to the island, man? Why ain't nobody asking that? They asked that, and y'all said he was on the boat with Wyatt. He keeps saying it was 8 or 9. You're not sure whether it was 8 or 9 by now? It's a month later. You should know how many people was on the boat, man. You shouldn't be trying to give us 8 or it was around 8 or 9. No, it was either 8 or 9. It wasn't 8 or 9. It was 8 or 9 people on the boat. Be precise when you come to these type of things, right? But no, they want to beat us in the head and tell us we ain't seeing what we see. We ain't hearing what we hear. How much more of this bullshit is we gonna stand for, people? Huh? I need to know. Because if y'all niggas falling for shit like that, man, listen, bro. I got the bridge in Brooklyn, man. Some hard shit is nice, B. It's a big yellow joint. You could drive all kinds of cars across it if you want. You know what I'm saying? I give it to you for cheap. You feel me? You in? You want it? I got a sale. Say what? Fucking with you, man. Y'all my peoples, man. I ain't gonna try to jerk you, man. I'm gonna try to keep it 100 with you, man. Fake it in, man. I gotta loosen up a bit. You feel me? Shit. It's just don't know, man, when you get to talking, man, people get to walking, man, 'cause they get to squawking, man. When them people get to snitching, man, people start getting locked up. Then they want to start suing niggas for trying to get done. This is the new way. This is the new way. Normally they ban your page. You be off. They get rid of you quick, yeah? They ban you, my G. There ain't too much you can do. You know what I'm saying? You got all your content, all your time, effort, you doing everything. And then one day you go on your page and they done took your whole page because you tried to keep it real. Huh? They want everybody lying. Falsehoods. Come on, man. Come on, man. What dude said? Debating the truth of the Nolan's death conspiracy. Ain't no conspiracies, bruh. This ain't no conspiracies, bruh. You think it's a conspiracy, my man? Huh? So if you think it's a conspiracy, man, what you think happened to Nolan, brother? Huh? What if somebody tell you your son went to the beach and ain't come back, and then his friends tell you, well, he was with us, but we left him with her. And she say, no, he went with them. So that's it, right? You gonna accept that, right, Papa? Your baby dead, but they left you in limbo. You gonna accept that, right, Papa? Thought not. So let's not talk about conspiracies over here, man. That's a term that they use when you're on the right track. That's a term that they use when you know what you're talking about. Because they know idiots, dumb motherfuckers, is going to hear the word conspiracy theorists and think you bugged out. That's because that's how they got you little niggas trained. You little niggas straight indoctrinated, man. You know what I'm saying? Can't even think for yourselves no more. They got y'all niggas right now on 7-second videos. Huh? I remember we used to watch 2 and 3 hour movies and shit, man. What happened to that? What happened to that? Nobody don't watch movies no more. Nobody don't watch movies no more. People falling for the old okie doke like it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Where the fuck is the controller, man? And I don't get it, man. You know what I'm saying? What's so hard about, what's so wrong about us wanting justice for Nolan, man? And it's look like when you try to do the right thing, they want to sue you. Sue me? For doing the right thing? God damn. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right.
They're the ones who have been given inconsistent stories. They're the ones.
Hey, Willie, that's right. They the ones giving the inconsistent stories. Every story they done told us just don't make no motherfucking sense. But we wrong. Everything they telling us sound like a pack of bullshit, right? But we wrong. But we wrong. We right, baby.
Ones who went back home on the boat alive without Nolan. They're the ones who kept his phone, kept his keys, deleted their social medias.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who wouldn't talk to the parents and give them any answers. Why aren't they being attacked?
Facts.
They're really not being attacked.
At all.
From the government.
Especially when they got bootlicking Tatum on their team. Huh? Especially since they got bootlicking Tatum on their team. Facts. Bootlicker. I said it. I said it. I said it and I'm ready to set it. On the bootlicker. You heard me? So spread the word. Tell that nigga Brando knows looking for him. Let him know. He said it. He said he 220. 6'2". I'm a little nigga compared to that, bro. I'm only 5'8", man. 190, dog. Soaking wet, you heard? Compared to you, big dog. Let's get in the ring, baby. Little charity boxing match, son. See what happened. See what we can do what it do. You know what I mean? Because I don't like when people call dead little boys cokeheads, man. Disrespect his moms, man. All she wants is answers to what happened to her baby boy, man. She don't deserve that, homie. She don't deserve answers for what happened to her baby boy, son. Tell me the truth. Come on. Bootlicker. Bootlicker. Tell me. She don't deserve it. She don't deserve answers. She don't deserve the truth. She don't deserve to know what happened with her baby. Huh? Bootlicker. Bootlicker. Somebody told Officer Bootlicker that there's a warrant out on the streets with his name on it. You heard? Bootlicker Tatum.
Governor to the AG to local law enforcement. They're more on the suspected killer side than they are the grieving parents' side. Now think about that. And so I'm seeing everywhere where these uncivilized mutts are attacking the family now.
Yo, Willie D. Willie D, they on the suspected killer side because the suspected killer is their children. You see now? Do you see now? They are protecting the suspected killers because they are their children. Now the kid that got murdered, how is he going to get a fair shake, right? Let's just say it like this. The day they pulled his body out the water, the police looked at him laying on the beach, walked over to the news reporters and said this was accidental drowning. Hell, how you know, my nigga? You ain't do one test. You just looked at the body on the beach and called it accidental death. Nah, Papa, that ain't how that go. That ain't how that go, homie. That ain't how that go, homie. You know what I'm saying? How that body wound up dead. Let's find that out before we start talking about accidental drownings. What he said? No cause for concern or some slick shit he said. Huh? No signs of foul play. If you see a dead body on the beach, that's a sign of foul play if I've ever saw it in my life. Because you don't know how it got there on the beach. You see? Somebody could have held his fucking head into the water until he stopped breathing. You don't know. Because you just looked at him and said, damn, he came out the water. Oh, well, guess it was a drowning. Of course. If that's how you take it. Hold on. What's up? Wait a minute. Flacco, take over, baby.
They're attacking the family. They're attacking civil rights activists, lawyers. They're attacking bloggers, reporters, journalists, anybody that asks questions about.
And that's also like, right? And that's also like a sign of guilt as well, right? Because, if you just attacking any and everybody who speaks on this situation, it's a sign of guilt because what are you hiding? What are you like trying to stop from coming out? Like, what is it? Because, fam, if somebody tell a lie on me, I would want you, right? Like, I'm not going to stop when you say, hey, I'm doing a full investigation to find out. Okay, do that. Because I know the investigation would turn up nothing at all. Would turn up nothing. So if they truly believe that we were lying and that what we were saying is no merits, is no facts to it, why wouldn't you want for the investigation to play out? Why wouldn't you want us to keep on speaking and burying ourselves deeper? Why wouldn't you want us to keep speaking and burying ourselves deeper? Because ultimately, we're going to find out what happened to Nolan, right? Like, ultimately, there has to be a conclusion to this, ultimately. Right? There ultimately has to be a conclusion to this. So why wouldn't you want us to find it, right? But they're rushing to silence people. They're rushing to put a muzzle on people because they understand what's going on. They understand the movement is way greater than what they anticipated and expected. And the answers are being there.
About the case. Anybody that's pointing fingers at these people who was hanging out with Nolan, they're trying to attack. What they're using is DARVO. DARVO is a manipulation strategy used to avoid accountability.
My fault.
It stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. It was coined by psychologist Dr. Jennifer Freud. It describes a person turning the tables when they're caught doing wrong. Family. Are we there? Are we there yet?
Nah, we ain't
so let me break it down to you.
We ain't there yet because they ain't ready to confess.
DARVO. Check this out. Tell me if this resonates with you.
I'm listening.
The offender says the bad act never happened or claims they did nothing wrong. The offender gets angry and insults the person who called them out, trying to make them look bad or crazy. The offender acts like they are the true victim and paints the real victim as the mean attacker.
Hey, man. Hey, man, listen, man. Pray for Willie D, man. Shout out like the Willie D, man. All right, perfect. People, all right, we have done all of the Nolan Walls update. Before we head out, drop 5 topics y'all want us to touch on. Drop 5 topics y'all want us to touch on. Come on.
Five topics y'all want us to comment on.
Drop 5 topics y'all want us to discuss.
Yeah,
come on, let's get to it. 5
topics in the comments that y'all want us to discuss.
Somebody says, you know what? I want to do another live, but yesterday I wanted to go live at
9.
I wanted to go live at 11 p.m., but then I had something going on. Yo, you know what? I promise you guys, rain, hell, or high water, we will be going live tonight. Okay? Okay?
You will, Flacco.
Rain, hell, or high water, we'll be going live tonight.
Yeah.
Oh! No. If yeah, come on. Let's read super chats, and then so I can knock out these videos, and then we'll go live tonight, okay?
Facts. You do that, Flacco. At this point, an injunction in my show, I need to let you know that this part of the show is going to be sponsored by the stickermill.com. So if you go to stickermill.com/Dabrand, I'm going to give you your first free stickers on me, baby. Custom, you heard? And with that being said, let's go.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene, digging in the scene with the gangsters.
Let's go.
And we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile.
Yep, let's get it.
See on my head that's crown. Top of the world, top of the town, baby.
Yep, you know I kicks the Willy Bobo. I could be with Shorty, but then I'm coming in solo. Shorty says she hungry, deep end of the Bobo. Then after that right there, got to do a dolo. Hey, check it out, you want to cop a random species. All our hostilities, you know that I get busy. Talking about, you don't understand the way I talk. I bet you recognize it when you see the way I walk. Let's go. It's your boy, Dabrand, don't know.
Digging in the scene with the gangsters.
And I'm 40 Wolves. Let's go.
We ain't coming down. See on my face that smile.
Yo, see on my head there's a crown. Ooh, I'm on top of the world. I moved out the hood, they had the church on the corner where I sit, talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of you's gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth or keep fronting. Go ahead and say something, little nigga, I'll wait. But I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'ma escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. I gotta keep you cock watchers watching. Let's go, let's get it. Ooh, DBS come down. See on my face that smile. Check it out, on my head there's a crown. And ooh, I'm on top of the world. Let's go. Hey, let's go. It's your boy, Brando knows.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene, digging in the scene.
We only do one at a time around here, baby. Let's get back to some of this casting. Huh? Hold on, y'all, because I had some shit on this phone I want y'all to hear, man. Check it out. All right, go ahead. Go there. All right, let's go in there. Bang, 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 bang. All right, Bluetooth. That's hooked up to it. Is it gone? It's golden? Is it golden?
Open the Bluetooth. Close Bluetooth.
I don't even know what that said. But anyway. Alright, hold on. Let's go. Bluetoothy. There you go. Can we? Can we be friends? Yep, that ain't that one. Hold on. Close it. Can we be friends? What happened? Hold on.
Open the Bluetooth.
What is it? Off with Bluetooth?
Close Bluetooth.
Let me see.
Open the Bluetooth.
Okay.
Bluetooth connected.
There we go. All right, we in business. I knew there was something wrong with that shit. All right, so here you go. Check it out, y'all. Let's get into this. So, like I was telling y'all earlier, right? So, your boy, yeah, this one. Okay, hold on. We litty. Hold on.
Okay, big dog. Tell us once again.
All right, hold on.
Why you and your ghost?
All right, break at 1.9. Let's get some volume on that, right? Cause Trayvon's. Let's see, what we got?
Back a little. Okay, big dog. Tell us once again.
While you and your girl was fighting?
Back a couple steps. Original, me and my girlfriend, I wouldn't even call it an argument. She was upset that I lost the lid to her koozie. I dropped it in the water. Generally speaking, that's how it started. And I dropped her lid, her new koozie in the water, and so she started let me hear it, and basically told me I was paying for it, and she was really upset with me and mad about it, and I needed to kind of sober her up a little bit. And so we're walking back, and during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He butted himself into my conversation and basically was telling me how I needed to handle or address the situation with my girlfriend. And man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend. And I looked at him, and I told him, I was like...
You heard what he said, right? He said the last time he saw Nolan, he was in passing. Him and Nolan was walking to their collective boats. Nolan went this way, he went that way. They walked, they passed. He said, I had to say some slick shit to Nolan about the chick he was with, right? And 10 minutes later, he was in an all-out brawl with another dude on the beach. Got it? Reason why he in the fight with the dude on the beach, because the dude was trying to tell him about his own chick, like telling him how to talk to his broad. You feel me? So he told dude, yo, stay out of my business, man. And dude set it on him, basically, popped off. What, nigga? Black nigga, white girl, talking shit, smack flames out you, boy. And that's what happened. He popped on him, right? And then his uncle gave him this vicious look, like, yo, get your ass back on the boat. You know what I'm saying? Get on in. And he jumped on the boat. Y'all heard the story. He jumped on the boat. So and out of that whole scenario, when was you yelling for your phone, bruh? You told us that whole story, but now one time did you indicate when was it that you was hollering for that phone? You came out on the news and all that, and you said that was you telling somebody to give you your phone back. That wasn't you, Papa. Stop lying. The cover-up has begun, ladies and gentlemen. And if you stay silent, they're going to definitely get away with it. So when you got...
Smells like fresh.
So when you got Officer Boot-Ticking Tatum, boot-licking Tatum, trying to convince everybody on the planet that, get this shit. It's crazy. Bootlicking Tatum that everybody is crazy. Nah, baby, we ain't crazy. We ain't crazy by far. You feel me? Not by a long shot, baby. All right, so what we gonna do next, y'all? We gonna move on. We gonna keep it moving, man. Let's see her. Let's see her. I could talk about this case all day, but I won't. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna bore y'all like that. I'm too versed for that. I can't. You know, it's gonna get me upset. Then I'm gonna start punching holes in walls and shit, man. I don't want to do that, so I think I'm about to change the topic on y'all, man. Word up, because I'm really starting to feel it in my stomach. So let's go. Hold on. All right, check it out. Oh, bootlicker. We got a bootlicker, y'all. Shit, can't even get out the building right now, man. We got some shit going on out there, man. You know what I mean? But anyway, all right, let's see what's going on with Krishan Rock and my man Mac Moolah.
You're watching Ticket TV. Like, share, and subscribe.
No, I'm not. How am I watching Ticket TV? Nigga, that's the wrong number, bitch.
More bad news for Krishan Rock. The chances that Krishan Rock is in a jail cell by the end of the year is very high. Krishan Rock is absolutely cooked. So TMZ reached out to law enforcement after rumors began to circulate that Krishan Rock was involved in the death of her ex-boyfriend Ronnie.
She's cooked.
So the law enforcement official gave TMZ an answer. Now, that answer from my perspective is not good for Krishan Rock, but we'll get there, okay?
I got my car. Hey, look, everybody that don't know my name, Mac Moolah, I do reactions over here, baby. We watch stuff together, okay? It's like a brotherhood. It's like a family, because I know some girls. It's like a family. We just sitting down in the living room right now at Thanksgiving, and we all just watching the same video. So go and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. We on the way to 900K. We on the way to 900K. You know what I'm saying? And we on the way after that. We on the way to a million.
Let's just first address why people believe that Krishan Rock is involved in Ronnie's murder.
In the next 4 to 6 weeks, God willing,
it's crazy.
Krishan is going to be
him saying God willing
required to do a court-ordered paternity test, and once we get this paternity test, we shall have more.
Right here, Junior, right here.
You weird as shit.
You weird as shit.
What's wrong?
You weird as shit. Nobody stalking you. That's my son. That's my son. That's my son. What you want to do?
How you know? She said, no, it's not. Ma'am, how do you know? Because this is my only question about, any girl, any woman that has a child with a man or has a child and gets pregnant and you're not 100% sure, like 1,000% sure who the baby daddy is, first of all, you're a whore. Okay, so congratulations on making it to be the biggest whore ever. That's like the most thottish shit you could ever do in the history of life.
Yo,
a woman have a child or get pregnant and not know who the baby daddy is or not be 100% certain, that's like the most thought hoe shit you could do. Because that means you was fucking niggas in the same damn near week. What the hell? What's going on, man? That's a violation. Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's what they do, though, Mac Moolah.
So if this man is questioning if that's his son or not, he probably got a valid point. And I'm gonna just tell you how I feel about the Krishan Rock murder. I told y'all in my last 2 videos, would you be surprised if you found out Krishan Rock, of all people, got her baby daddy killed or her ex-boyfriend killed? I wouldn't be surprised at all. The type of person she is, I would not be surprised. It's nothing you could tell. Unless you tell me this bitch went to Harvard, there's nothing else you could tell me that would surprise me. You feel me? So it's just like,
yeah, this is crazy, man.
Have you ever needed your paycheck to just come a little early? Like, yeah, you get paid on Friday, but it's Tuesday and you need the money now. There's a banking app called Current, and they got a whole bunch of super useful features on this app. And one of the best features is it lets you access up to $750 of your paycheck.
On Ronnie's head since Friday. What's today? Tuesday. So since Friday, apparently somebody put some money on his head. Somebody wanted him dead. And y'all, I found out exactly how it happened. So one of the neighbors says that Ronnie was sitting in his car outside his house when all of a sudden this car pulled up behind him. A person gets out the car. He didn't realize that they had a gun or whatever. They ran up on the car real quick, y'all. They shot him 10 times. So whoever this was, they wanted this done quickly. Now, I'm not going to say it's not a coincidence.
Pull up to his crib and shoot him 10 times. It's insane.
The ex-boyfriend who was following her from state to state trying to get a paternity order.
He was following her state to state?
Call the popo, huh?
Because he was convinced that that was his son and that she was trying to pin his baby on Blueface and ice him out. Now, he was shot and killed a week before the last court date that would require Krishan Rock to give him a DNA test, right? Now, here's the thing. Her sister did, the Jason Lee interview where the sister says...
It kind of exposed
she implied that Krishan Rock did this, right? She implied that Ronnie was shot and killed to avoid the paternity test, right? And other people have came and spoke out. Blueface have came and spoke out and says that he don't trust Krishan Rock. She's a backdoor artist. But here's the thing. Krishan Rock has confessed to a lot of people in this industry that she did this.
For real?
I'm not capping.
FBI, open up!
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, lock her ass up then.
Call the popo, huh?
What the heck, lock that bitch up, man. Lock her up, man. We gotta put the cuffs on that bitch, man. Hey, listen, man. Listen, man. And that don't surprise me either. You think are you surprised that she would have killed somebody and told people in the industry what she did? I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? One thing I do say, y'all need to call the police, man. A real deal, gang. Y'all can't be letting these listen, man. I'm being honest.
I'm not lying. That's just 100% fact.
Damn.
Right? If Chrisean Rock wants to deny it, I would tell her who she told that she did this. She already confessed to doing this to a lot of people in the industry. Multiple people. Multiple people have told me that Chrisean Rock has confessed to them. So it's either she was popping it and lying, or she really did this. See, she told him specifically, bro was playing around too much, right? Like, bro pulling up on her, like, at the mall was her last straw. So she has told multiple people this in the industry that she has.
Now, y'all can say what y'all want to say about Flacco, but it's not been one time that Flacco came on this video that I remember where he said some shit that nobody else knew and he was lying. He talked about Pooh Shiesty robbing Gucci Mane before it ever hit the internet, before the police ever did any arrests or any announcements. And he talked about it and ended up being true. He talked about Draco the Ruler's Killer about to come out. He talked about it a few months later, but YG ended up getting detained and a search warrant on his crib in the investigation. He said Chrisean Rock told some celebrities what happened. I believe him, gang.
Has confessed that she was the one who put the hit on Ronnie.
I believe.
Right? Now, there's a Neon clip, like from a stream, that has somehow disappeared from internet. If anybody can find it, y'all let me know. Where she's telling Neon, he's gonna end up in the grave like her baby daddy for playing with her. Now, there's an audio from a few years ago where WAC 100 is predicting that Chrisean Rock will be arrested for Ronnie's murder eventually.
Really?
Usually when like that happens, the target never gets hit. And I hate to see she got that little boy in the car and she don't get to cooperate and them niggas do what I know they'll do, bro.
Right. And you still think that ain't Blueface Baby, right?
No, that ain't Blueface Baby. Bro, listen. Look at the baby. The older the baby gets, look at Ronnie. Down to the teeth. Ask one of these ladies on the floor, man.
Yeah.
I think her last interview, she kind of told on herself.
I ain't gonna lie, though. I ain't even think about that because I don't know if that's what WAC 100 is implying, but sips coffee. She better get her ass because they might get her gone. Because at the end of the day, y'all know how they play with girls, bro. Y'all know how the court system go with girls. A girl could be dead ass wrong, shoot a nigga, set him dead up. All she gotta do is snitch. She get off 5 years in prison. In a female jail where she can't really get touched. She get out and it's over with. So she better be careful because if she did and she knows she had something to do with it, they will knock her ass off. For sure. They will knock her off to avoid going to prison and avoid her snitching on them. For sure, they'll knock her off.
What she they gave nephew $100. Basically said that she was still messing with Ronnie when she first started when she was messing with Blueface.
No, we know that. That's what I'm saying. Look, Ronnie was in the delivery room when she had the baby.
What the fuck? Oh, hell nah.
This is why she went back to Baltimore to have a baby. Ronnie was dead, bro. Look at that baby.
Ronnie was dead, bro.
And look at Ronnie. I'm talking about down to the two front teeth. It's crazy. Like,
and you know what? You know what's crazy? I just thought about it. Like, she been making a whole lot of threats and shit, like in regards to Blueface life. And a lot of people on social media, they're like, yeah, bitch, you got, yeah.
She's a weirdo.
Look, bro,
everything about her
there's
weird.
There's going to come a day where one of them little gonna get caught and they're going to use her as a get out of jail free card.
Hell yeah.
They're going to arrest Chrisean for the murder of Ronnie.
Hell yeah.
What?
Believe that. That's a fact.
But she sure been talking a whole lot of shit, talking about some, yeah, get the fuck up out the way.
If WAC 100 was lying, Chrisean Rock would sue WAC 100. But WAC ain't lying. And the reason why WAC feels so confident is because there's been confirmation from Chrisean Rock's own mouth. Like, Chrisean Rock has confessed to this through her own mouth. Now, Whack 100 would say this is very similar to Jimmy Henchman. How Jimmy Henchman was in New York, got a bunch of crash dummies. He was paying for hits. They were committing the hits, and he was getting away with it until the wrong crash dummy got caught.
Right.
And they began to tell. Right? Wearing wires, doing whatever they can to get Jimmy Henchman to fall. Right? In the case of Chrisean Rock, she's not that connected politically. Right? Like, like she's not up no $100 million. Like, she's not no Don in the streets.
Right.
Right? She's a little girl. Probably put a hit out there. And they came to collect a little bit of money.
Thinking she cool,
but they don't got
no
loyalty to her.
Right. He ain't get her no $1 million. She ain't moved them out to Mexico, and you know what I'm saying? It's not like she ain't do that. She probably gave their ass $10,000 at the most. Real deal, gang. I'm just being honest with you.
So
probably gave their ass
Wack
10
breaks
racks
down
at the
A,
most.
why he believes she's gonna get arrested, and then 2, the circumstances that led him to think that she's involved.
When it come to me, a lot of
why? One of these little, just like they did Jimmy Henchman.
With easy ordering, fast turnaround, and... Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. See, every time they play a commercial, I do my commercial. Because I'm sponsored now, y'all. I'm sponsored by the stickermill.com. You can go to Stickermill and get you some of them custom-made stickers. Or you can open up your own store, start selling your own merch. But right now, you can just go ahead to your boy, stickermill.com/Dabrand. And your first 10 stickers is on me, baby. And they custom. Go ahead, put your little pretty face on there and stick it all over your mirrors and shit. You know how y'all do. Let's go.
Nobody know until the got booked on one thing and they told the police, Jimmy paid us to kill this motherfucker. You know, can we make a deal? Yeah, it's only one way to control that, and the Italians showed you how to do that. And our politic ain't that deep.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got to knock down the knockdowner. That's it. So, with Ronnie, right? Let me give you the history of Ronnie, right? Remember when Ronnie was with her in the mall? And they called the police?
Yeah.
Remember Ronnie went to jail? He was in the
jail
mall
for that?
Like, that's my baby, this, that, and other, right? So look what Ronnie did.
He went to jail for that?
She pressed charges on Ronnie that day. So that week, Ronnie had a court date with Chrisean Rock on Friday for the charges she pressed on Ronnie. Ronnie tells them on Monday, yeah, I got you, you stupid. You ain't smarter than me. Now that we gonna be in court, I can serve you the DNA.
Oh, why would he tell her that, though?
Right? He said, I don't give a about the case you filed on me. I got you right there. I'm gonna have them served in front of the judge.
Why would he tell her? So basically, for everybody that don't know, so basically, he went through the proper stuff you got to go through to get a subpoena. Now the subpoena is, I serve you a paper, okay? So I serve you a paper. This paper says you have to come to court to do this paternity test, but you have to serve them. If you're not in the same room with someone, if you have to have a process server. It's a whole lot that go into that. You know what I'm saying? You got to try to find somebody's address. They got to come to the door. You know what I'm saying? You got to be you've been served. You know what I'm saying? You have to do that. It's a whole thing. So the best place to do that is in the courtroom. I serve you in front of the judge, which means I got multiple witnesses. I got prosecutors. I got everybody witnesses. You have these papers, and now you have to come do this paternity test, and you can't keep hiding. But I don't understand why he would tell her that. That's not something that's something where you feeling yourself and you get to talking too much. He should have never told her that, bro. Because I'm going to tell y'all, like I said in my reaction yesterday, bro, the coincidences are starting to stack up, gang. If all this is true, which I'm assuming that it is, if all this is true, the coincidences is stacking the fuck up through the sky. So you was in Baltimore the same 2 days. You was guaranteed, you was proven to be in Baltimore around the same time that Ronnie got killed. Okay, cool. You got killed 4 or 5 days before the paternity test was gonna happen. Okay, cool. Ronnie sees you in the mall and you press charges on him. Okay, cool. You talk to Ronnie on Monday and Ronnie tells you that he gonna serve you these papers in court. He don't care about that little punk ass case. Your sister get on an interview and said some people that we know is the one who killed Ronnie. And then Ronnie end up getting killed outside of his crib. If he had ops, how they find out where he lived at? If he had ops, they would have been smashed his head off then if they knew where he lived. Right? You would assume. We seen where he lived at yesterday, bro, in my last video. Go watch it. He ain't live in the hood. He ain't live in the projects. It wasn't like somewhere where everybody over here, and you know what I'm saying? It looked like a little suburban shit in the cut somewhere off a cul-de-sac, little apartment building. So he just so happened to be outside his crib. Somebody pull up, shoot him 10 times, and get up out of there. Then we hear that you told celebrities and you bragged about it and said that you the one got him killed. Then we hear you in interviews saying, you kind of like clowning him a little bit. Like, yeah, he tried to join this. He tried to make his own circus just like Blueface, and he played himself right into the grave. It's like, whoa, you don't really talk about people like that you had feelings for or you cared about at least a little bit. You feel? I don't know.
It lands Wednesday morning. This court date is supposed to be Friday that she got on Ronnie.
Yeah, it was 2 days. I think it was like February 2nd. She was in Baltimore that day. He got killed February 4th or something like that. 2 days before, though, for sure.
Wednesday night, Ronnie dead in his driveway.
So did Blueface get a test?
She won't give it to us.
We didn't. Why she won't give it to us?
We didn't serve the. She act like she ain't served. You can't. It's only one name on that birth certificate. Only one. Hers.
So that video when they was like talking to her around the corner and the daddy was behind it.
I just double checked. That was actually 7 months ago, not years ago, but still, that was still a long time ago. Where Whack 100 knew beforehand, whatever Chrisean Rock did, whoever she paid to murder Ronnie,
gonna snitch.
It would be sloppy enough to where they're gonna get her, right?
For sure.
And that's before this week where somebody has came forward and said the police came knocking. They want to talk to him and interview him.
Yeah.
Because he's been online talking about this Ronnie murder. Now, him and Ronnie was in the DMs back and forth talking about putting money on each other's heads.
Oh, so he was out.
But he swear he had nothing to do with it. Now, he claims the police is interested in his relationship with Chrisean Rock and what he can provide there. All right? So, TMZ contacted, law enforcement. Now, I'm going to tell you this. This response, a lot of people may overlook it, but trust me, this is bad news for Chrisean Rock, like really bad news, okay? So the 2025 murder of Chrisean Rock's ex-boyfriend, Karan Khan.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it right now. Whether she did it or not, I'm gonna tell you one for a fact. She's a demon. This bitch is a damn demon, okay? She's a demon sent from the gates of hell. And if you ever see her, I want you to run. Run, bitch, run. You feel me? I want you to run. If you ever in your life, as a man, especially a man, you come in contact with Chrisean Rock, I want you to run the other way. I don't give a fuck where y'all at. The mall, the barber shop, concert. If she there, turn around and run away. Because that bitch a demon. She might try to take your soul, man. I'm trying to tell you. Now, because the fact that it's like, okay, now it's getting weird because you're not giving, you acted like you didn't want to give Ronnie the paternity test. He had to go through everything up and down, serve you the papers and all this. He had to do everything in the world to try to get you to make a paternity test, which is the dumbest shit in the world, gang. That is so silly to me, gang. Like the government got to do more. Like I ain't gonna lie, bro. I respect women. I got a wife. I got a mama. You know what I'm saying? I got a sister-in-law. I got a mama-in-law. I respect women and I care. But y'all, the women shouldn't be able to just do whatever the fuck they want to do and then don't nobody say nothing, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry, gang. Because if she was claiming, I'm gonna put it like this: if she was claiming that he was the baby daddy and she wanted child support, that nigga ass would have been. They would have been made him come do that DNA test. Do you hear what I'm trying to tell you? Even if he wasn't the dad, if he would have signed that birth certificate, they would have made him pay child support. So why the fuck do niggas gotta jump through 1,022 hoops for her to just take a regular paternity test with the child to see who the fuck the daddy is? What the fuck is going on? Why they gotta go through all that? You didn't want to give Ronnie the paternity test. Blueface been trying to get the paternity test for I don't know how long. You don't want to give him the paternity test. Why? What's the problem? You saying that Blueface is the dad? Why you can't just go get a paternity? Just take 5 minutes. All they gotta do is go in there, take
Mac Mola, stop acting like a little spoiled brat. You know exactly why she don't want to give him the DNA test, because she's trying to put the baby on Blueface, man. But the older the baby get, the more it looks like Rodney. And Rodney realized, yo, that baby looked like me when I was a kid. So that's why he said, yo, he started pressuring her, like, yo, get the DNA. She was popping. Because I see what you up to. You over here trying to make this dude act like he the baby daddy when I'm the baby daddy. I was in the room when the baby was born. You understand? Ask your boy Whack 100. He'll tell you. He'll tell you. It's crazy. Now, if she kill her baby daddy, she gonna have to live with that for a long time. Oh man, if she killed her baby daddy, it's probably eating her up inside, man. Cause every time she look at her child, she gonna see that man's face.
I've been saving for retirement since I was 22. When I left my previous job, I assumed my 401k was safe.
Yeah. And this show is also sponsored by the Human Tripod. What is a human tripod, may you ask? It's human, and it's a tripod. It's a human tripod. Now figure this. Imagine this thing just following you around all day long, everywhere you go. Human tripod. It's a cameraman company. You can hire you a cameraman to follow you around all day for very, 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 believe me, I'm giving you hood prices. Go to humantripod@gmail.com. What you're going to do is leave a name, a number, so somebody can call you back. You're going to put what date you need your human tripod and for how long you need them. You can pay them by the hour, by the half an hour, about a minute. humantripod@gmail.com. Get you one and get noticed. You heard? You look like a boss when you walk in with a cameraman behind you. Do it. Do it. Just do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
So if you so confident that Blueface is the baby daddy, why you can't do a paternity test? Why was Ronnie in the delivery room the day you had the baby? Why did you fly to Baltimore to have this baby? And then on top of that, you smoking and you drinking and you done fucked the baby development up? You smoking and drinking while you pregnant? Doing Lord knows what else? Talking about your baby like a dog. Yeah, I don't care about smoking. I'm gonna have an abortion anyway. Like, that's what this clips of her saying that shit, gang. So I've never really even understood how she has a fan base or how she has money or how people even interact with. I don't get that shit. People follow her and like her pictures and join her. I don't get that shit, gang. I don't get it, bro.
Remains unsolved. But police tell TMZ the investigation is still active as detective continues working to identify and catch the killer. Okay? Now, Justin Malachi, a rep for Anne Arundel County Police Department in Maryland, they told them, we can confirm that it's open and active investigation. However, we're unable to provide any additional details. I'm gonna tell y'all this. A lot of y'all will overlook that and say, well, Flacco, they just no. If somebody contact you and say, hey,
yeah,
is Krishan Rock?
The police would have came out and said Krishan Rock has nothing to do with this. We've definitely made sure that she, you know what I'm saying? They would have came out and said something like that. The fact that they didn't say nothing like that and they just said, well, let's put it like this. The investigation is still open and still active, and we're still
a suspect. If you're not a suspect, oh nah, hell no, she's not a suspect. No. Just like, for example, when Lil Durk was in his court case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when they were investigating the murder of Stephon Mack, Lil Durk inquired with the city of Chicago if he was a suspect in his murder.
Mm-hmm.
They were back and says, no, he's not a suspect.
Mm-hmm.
We don't intend on charging Dirk Banks with this murder. If they reach out and say, hey, is Krishan Rock a suspect? Do y'all intend on charging Krishan Rock with this murder? There's a lot of people who is online claiming that she's involved. Do y'all intend on charging her with this murder? And they say, well, we can't comment on that, sorry. If she was not a suspect, they will say no.
Right.
No.
She's not a suspect.
She's not a suspect.
Right.
That's like asking the police, hey, is Poetic Flacco a suspect? Hell no. No. But we already know that Krishan Rock is on their radar and she's a suspect because when they came to talk to Quell, that's his name, Quell says, yo, they was inquiring.
That just made me think about a nigga, man. Rest in peace, Quell, bro. Markel Calloway, nigga I went to school with. He passed away. I forgot how he passed away, but I forgot about Quell, man. Me and Quell wasn't never really cool, like locked in cool, but that just made me randomly think about. So hearing the name Quell just made me randomly think about him. So rest in peace to Quell.
About Krishan Rock. They're curious about Krishan Rock. So they already know that Krishan Rock is involved somehow. And I'm just going to tell you, Krishan Rock has already confessed. I'm sorry. She's already confessed. To a lot of people in the industry, that's just a fact. She got to be worried that before yesterday, the rumors of Krishan Rock getting her baby daddy killed was just a rumor on Baddie's Twitter, right? On Zeus Network Twitter.
Right.
Or probably Zeus Network Reddit. Right. You know, these like real fringe forums. Now TMZ is writing an article about this. This is officially mainstream. This is officially one of the biggest stories of this year so far. And police are the biggest cloud chasers on planet Earth, right? If they were taking their time, crossing their T's and dotting their I's, now you know they're about to expedite this. They're about to expedite this to make sure Krishan Rock gets her accountability. Because if the police was not paying attention before, now they know, oh, it's a major story. Oh, damn. This made TMZ. Oh,
right.
Police are the biggest clout chasers, bro.
I was just about to say that. Police are clout chasers. Because if the police and the DA too, that's why they did that with a Young Thug. It was the DA and the police department. Like, if the district attorney's office and the police department can lock up a Krishan Rock and they can be on the news and talking about the case and getting documentaries, if that enhances their career, you know what I'm saying? That pushes them more towards promotions and bonuses and pensions and but you gotta understand, gang. You gotta always understand who could profit from your downfall. You gotta understand that in life, bro. Who can profit from my downfall? Even in everyday regular life. Okay, just for example, Lil Durk, very huge artist. All these drill rappers, very huge rappers, and they get all the followers and the labels love the drill rappers, right? You gotta understand who profits from drill rap.
Welcome to Project Food Box. We're dedicated to improving the health and wellness of people.
The prisons, because your dumb ass gonna go outside thinking you Lil Durk and NBA young boy, you gonna go kill somebody or shoot 5 people, end up hitting an old lady, now you in prison. And guess what? People profit from that. There's privately owned prisons that people profit from. There's a whole network of people who work at these prisons, profit. They don't have a job if your ass don't get locked up. Okay, you got lawyers. They profit from it. You got prosecutors, they profit. You got judges. You got courthouses. You got to pay lawyer fees and court fees. And you got police. They profit. They brung 5 people in today. You got to understand who profit from these people. Funeral homes. They push that drill rapping out. Y'all killing each other. Guess who profit in the funeral homes? Guess who profit in the cemeteries? Think about it, bro. Who profits from seeing Christian get locked up for murder? Them police, that DA, them prisons. Do your homework, gang.
They see this media attention, they gonna start chasing the story more. It's simple as that. If they already had Christian Rock on the board, they're about to hone in on her.
They about to zoom
they
in now.
want that drama.
Yeah.
They want that notoriety.
Right.
Right? They want to be able to be the person who put Christian Rock in jail.
Yeah.
They want to make TMZ.
Yeah.
That detective, that low-level detective, want his name to be on TMZ.
Yeah. Because then you come to the police station, everybody on your tip. And yeah, good arrest, Brown. Yeah, Officer Brown. Woo! Woo! Now the captain like you, right? Now the captain giving you bigger cases. Now you do that 2 more times. Now you a lead detective. You see that? Now you go from making 60K to 140K. You see what I'm saying? Now you a chief. Then you get lined up to be a captain. Now your pension is $1 million. I'm just saying, like, examples. Like, think about it, bro.
You got TMZ picking up this story. Oh, no, this is bad. Look at this, man. Look at this. Right? Look at this, okay? So about a month later, Karan reportedly got into Christian's face at a mall while she was with her infant son and cops were caught. In February of 2025, Karan was shot and killed in Severn, Maryland, in what investigators believe was a targeted attack. Cops rushed to a home in the Baltimore suburbs after reports of a shooting and found Karan outside with multiple gunshots, as we guys already know, all right? More than a year later, police still haven't publicly identified a suspect or a person of interest, and the case remains unsolved. Now, I don't know how soon. It may be a week.
So I wanted to look this up. Because I also think that adds to the suspicious. The fact that he wasn't killed in a Baltimore hood. He wasn't killed in a Baltimore project. They didn't catch him lacking on the block, sitting there, just standing. You know how niggas just post up on the block like. They didn't catch him doing that. They caught him and killed him in Severn, Maryland. So I wanted to look it up and I wanted to see if it's a dangerous area. Okay? And it has a very low murder rate, averaging about 6.1 murders per 100,000 residents, which translates to only a few isolated incidents each year in this unincorporated community. So the violent crime rate overall matches close or slightly below the national average for suburban areas of its size. So it's not a dangerous place. It's not a place where it's 15 niggas getting killed on the block every day, which is probably why he lived there in the first place. He was out the way. So that's another thing where it's like, okay. For example, when FBG Duck got killed, he got killed. If you know what Rodeo Drive is in LA, he got killed in the Rodeo Drive of Chicago. Oak Street, like there's a I think there's a Richard Mille store on that street, bro. There's a Christian Louboutin store. There's a Fendi store. There's a Waldorf Astoria down the street. $1,000 a night, $600-700 a night minimum in a hotel. That's a small room. You get what I'm saying? This is where rich people are, gang. He got killed there. So when somebody like that gets killed on an Oak Street, you know it was targeted. You know somebody sent them niggas. You know they wanted to get him. You know it wasn't just an argument that happened and Nick. No, you know. I look at this the same way. When you hear somebody get killed in the suburbs, somebody sent them niggas. Somebody sent them niggas, boy. And I think he got killed in the morning, which means it's not like somebody followed him home. It's not like there's only fucking logical explanation on how someone, even if there was his ops, only logical explanation to how someone would have known where he was living, came outside. They had to come outside and wait for him. Because what's the chances that we going to pull up on Ronnie, we going to see if he outside? Oh, he right there. He outside. Them chances ain't really high. So they had to be waiting on him. They had to been stalking him. They had to see his car and wait for him to get out. You feel what I'm saying? So somebody either sent y'all or somebody dropped the location, which is pretty much the same thing. And Blueface has came out on the record and said that Blueface is a known setup artist. He don't trust her. She's known to give niggas addresses up, to do this, to do that. And I believe him. Be honest with you, I believe him 100%. So like, let me see. Let me just see. Let me look. Is then let me look up this, because I know it's a suburb in Chicago. It's called Naperville. Okay, and that's in Illinois, obviously. So Naperville is a lot safer. Top 25 safest cities in the U.S. So Naperville is like about an hour outside of Chicago, but that's where like a lot of rich people live, and you know what I'm saying? That's where a lot of rich people who live in Chicago, that's like the suburban area. I used to go out there a lot to like go bowling and shit to get away from the hood. I don't want to go bowling in the hood in the city. I want to go bowling out there, the burbs, you know what I'm saying? So we used to go out there a lot just to be safe and have fun, go to Dave and Buster's and kick it outside, smoke weed outside and shit. It was a lot calmer out there. So their murder rate is 0.7, so it's almost doesn't happen. Where Ronnie got killed is 6.1, which is like the standard suburban average. You feel me? So it's only a few isolated homicides a year. It's not like it's 100, you know what I'm saying? Naperville has 0 murders, sometimes even 1 murder. So that's what I'm comparing it to. But Severn is still very safe. It's just a normal suburb. It's not like the super richest place or nothing like that, but it's just a normal suburb. So it's suspicious to me how someone would have pulled up to his house all the way. And let me see one more thing, how far that is. How far is Severn, Maryland from Baltimore? Okay, so it's only 27 minutes, so it's not like a super far suburb. Okay. And then I don't know nothing about Baltimore. I don't know nothing about the hoods or like where that none of this shit is, so I can't even like begin to like tell you nothing about that. But I can see that. Oh, it seemed like it's close. Oh, it's past it. It's close to the airport, the Baltimore airport. Seems like it's real close over there. So I don't know, man. Regardless, rest in peace to Ronnie, and we gonna see what happened, bro. I personally think in my head, I think she gonna get arrested. And if she don't get arrested, I think she either did it or she knows about it. I don't think it's really a high percentage chance that she don't know nothing about nothing. She ain't get nobody the address, nothing. Like, I don't think that's the highest chance in the world, but we gonna see shit.
This settlement check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I'm honestly shaking as I record.
Hey yo, thanks for tuning into the Sauce. Your source for celebrity news, current events, hip hop, pop culture, politics, gossip, and more.
Hey yo, thanks for tuning into The Source, your source for celebrity news. Do me a favor and hit that like button, and if you're not already subscribed to the channel, why don't you go ahead and do that too? Alright y'all, let's get into it. As you know, a lot of people are intrigued by this Nolan Wells case. And they're searching for answers. They want to know what happened to Nolan. Did he pass away on an island, or did something happen to him on the water? Including his mother and father, who really want to know what happened to their child. Unfortunately, this case is being muddied because there's a whole lot of misinformation circulating on the internet. For example, somebody jumped in my comment section and they said, "Source, did you know that Bart made the Coast Guard report?" No, I did not know that Bart made the Coast Guard report, because Bart did not, and I repeat, did not make the Coast Guard report. But here's part of the problem. Y'all are looking at YouTube channel after YouTube channel after TikTok channel after TikTok channel, and y'all are listening to what people say, and you think that what they say is the Holy Grail. And then you run over to people like me and jump in the comment section like, "Yo, Source, did you know that Bart called the Coast Guard this ninja guilty?" No, you didn't see a receipt of that either. What you saw was Bart's name on a piece of paper, and then somebody filled in the context for you. And they said that Bart called the Coast Guard, but that's not what happened. What happened was the person who reported that information to you misread the MSMR report because they saw the headings when reported 7/5/2026, time of occurrence 10:05, and then they scrolled down a little bit and saw that the next name that was listed under where it said entities involved was Bart, and they automatically assumed that that meant that Bart called the Coast Guard. But what they didn't realize is that it says the same thing on the top of every page, and on that page they were simply listing the people who own the boats. And I already know what somebody's going to say next. Nah, Source, we saw the receipts. No, you didn't. You saw the corner of an MSR report out of context. And then here y'all come in the comments. Source, did you know that Bart was dating Katie? They said Bart was dating Katie. Based on what? One picture of some girl that you never saw before that you think looks like another girl that you never saw before? Stop. Now, here's the thing. It's one thing when you're talking fast, you make a mistake, you say one person's name, you meant the other, but everybody still knows what you're talking about because it's in context. That's one thing. I do it all the time. But it's a whole different thing to make up a total falsehood and then spread it as if it's 100% facts. Now, I totally understand that I'm a very small fish in a big YouTube pond, and while everybody is getting like 200,000 views, 100,000 views, I get very small numbers in comparison, but at least I tell the truth.
I wish people would just stop spreading misinformation in regards to Nolan Wells' case. It is not compassionate nor empathetic toward his family to just say shit and it's not even facts. There's too many videos I've seen today where it's clear that people didn't do the research. Y'all gotta stop this. This does not help. Y'all just getting on the internet trying to make a couple coins.
Now, with that being said, I'm going to run through this thing one more time, and I'm going to try to clean up some of the misinformation that's out there and also give you a whole bunch of new information that you may not have heard before. Alright, so let's get into it. On July 3rd, Nolan Wells was eating dinner with his family, and then after they finished eating dinner, he said goodbye to his mother and father, and then he got in his own car and drove over to his friend Jack's house for a sleepover. Nolan Wells was not the only person who spent the night. The next morning, the boys wake up, some go one way, the other ones go the other way, they're running errands, they're hitching the boats to the trailers, they're gassing up the boats, they're doing all types of stuff. Warren went to McDonald's, and then they all come back to Jack's house and meet up at the dock in the back of Jack's house with about 20 other kids, and they jump on 3 different boats. Nolan gets on Wyatt's boat, which is a white and blue 22-inch Triton. Warren gets on Bart's boat, which is a whole different boat. He has a black 24-inch Tidecraft. According to Warren, there were approximately 8 or 9 kids on Wyatt's boat. So, in that picture where you see him sandwiched in between his 3 other friends, there are more people on that boat. However, you can't see them in the photograph because they're behind the person who's taking the picture. All 3 boats left from behind Jack's house at approximately 9:56 a.m. and arrived at Horn Island at approximately the same time, which was 11:14, 11:15, because they were traveling together in a pack. This is where Treseston enters the picture, because he says he was supposed to travel to Horn Island with the boys, but there was a change of plans. His uncle asked him to help him on his boat, so he couldn't go with Wyatt and them. However, he says that he told them that he would look out for a place for their boat to park. So, he also says that around 11 o'clock, Nolan called him twice, but he missed Nolan's calls. When the boys arrived, Treseston says that he left his boat and went to join the boys on their boat. Okay, so now all the major players are on the island, and I know this is where the conspiracy theorists are going to be like, nah, Source, I don't think that Nolan ever made it to the island. They pushed him off the boat. No, Nolan made it to the island because there are pictures of Nolan throughout the day on the island. For example, here's an actual picture from July 4th of Nolan Wells wading in the water next to somebody's boat on Horn Island.
In the newly released video, I noticed this guy who's standing here holding the 2 cans, and he's talking to another guy. He looks to be Warren. Let me know what you think. Is this Warren in this video, And also take a look at the people in the video and the scenery.
Oh, you get me? Oh, see that? My glass thing is looking Oh, you get me? Oh, see that? My glass thing is looking
Another person sent Christine Wansley Wells this picture of a young man jumping off of a boat into the water that does appear to resemble Nolan Wells. Another woman who was on Horn Beach named Caitlin Brashard also.
But why is it that every time they try to show us some type of evidence that the boy is dead, there's a issue with the evidence, man? Hey? Because look at this picture, man. Check it out. Let me get y'all closer to this picture because they want us to believe this is Nolan. Hey? The picture got issues. It could be Nolan. But how we gonna know if it's Nolan when the boy got his feet in the face? Y'all can see that? The boy got the feet in the face. We don't know that's Nolan. What the fuck are y'all talking about? They got the feet in the face. You can't even see if that's Nolan or not. The motherfucker got the feet covering the face. What kind of picture is that? You understand? Show us some clear shit. Don't give us shit that we gotta keep fucking speculating, man. Y'all see this? Let me see. How you gonna say that's Nolan, man? Why would they give us a picture of two niggas jumping off the boat at the same damn time, but one nigga got his feet covering the other dude's face? Why would they send some shit like that talking about this Nolan on the thing after? Get the yo, man. Yo, man. And the drama continue.
Also claims that she saw Nolan during the day and he actually came and talked to her and her husband. She says, he introduced himself to my husband and everything. He was very respectful. The young kids just were rowdy. I didn't see them swimming to the yacht. I wish I would have been more attentive, but I do know that he was on that boat with them and that he was not around when we left. Prayers that answers come soon. And then somebody named Brianna May responded to Caitlin by saying, was this the group of kids that were throwing beer cans in the water and driving all crazy? Was he for sure with them? But let's fast forward, because even though these people say that they saw Nolan throughout the day, what's really important is the end of the day and all of the events that took place before the boys were getting ready to leave the island. Now, while some people are saying that 2 fights took place while the boys were on the island between parties that were affiliated with Nolan Wells, 3 fights have actually been reported, and let me break them down so you know I'm not playing around. 1. Treseston's fight. Treseston says that he had a fight with an unknown white male at approximately 3 o'clock p.m. in the water, 10 minutes after he saw Nolan with that girl. According to him, he was chilling with his girlfriend. He dropped something that belonged to her in the water. She got mad, and as she was going off, he started screaming at her. They were going at each other, and then some random dude from another town said something to him about the way that he was talking to his girlfriend, and then it turned into blows. Now, you're gonna have to excuse me because I already know that I'm mispronouncing Treseston or Treseston's name. Treseston later did an interview in which he said that it was him yelling on a boat saying the exact words, "Get me off this effing boat." Now, when Treseston started doing interviews saying that he was shouting, "Get me off this effing boat," I found it interesting because when I first saw the video, what I thought that I heard was, "I effed your girl." But after he came out and started doing interviews and said that he said, "Get me off this effing boat," I was like, okay, I'll take your word for it. And I was like, dang, I'm getting old. Gotta get my ears checked. But I must admit, it bothered me. Because after I heard it, I was like, I'm from New York, and I'm used to riding the subways, especially the F train, where they're like, boom, boom, please be clear, close doors, passing out to next stop. And I can hear exactly what the conductor is saying. So I was wondering, how did I get what this kid said so wrong? But I said to myself, I wasn't there. That's what he said, so I guess that's what he said. Anyhow, when he was talking about Nolan, he kept referring to Katie as that girl. And he also said that when he saw Nolan for the last time, he said something slick about the girl to Nolan.
But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him, us joking around, and I kept going.
Now, mind you, after he did this interview, Nolan Wells' parents came out once again and said, "We do not know this kid."
Elmore, you heard that kid Trace in the interview say that he was friends with Nolan and that you guys would know him. Do you know him? Do you recognize him?
No, I don't. Just because you park your vehicle in someone's yard doesn't mean that they have to know you. Sounds more to me like he's more focused on getting people to know him and getting away from the fact that his so-called best friend is not here anymore.
All right, so back to what I was saying. Tresestin says that he says something slick to Nolan about Katie, very similar to the way that later on Warren says that when he saw Nolan cradling Katie in the water, he said something slick about Katie too. And he was like, boy, you crazy.
The last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy.
So I was like, wait a minute. Why are they acting like they got issues with Katie, but they don't know Katie? Because he said he doesn't know her, and that's the first time that Nolan ever met her in his life. So I went to Tresestin's Facebook page, and I found that Tresestin is actually Facebook friends with Katie McCormick. He's also Facebook friends with Anna C. Moore, the woman who actually made the recording of him fighting on a boat that sent in a timestamp and said that the fight occurred at 4:01 p.m. Now, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying that I personally find it interesting that if Tresestin and Katie McCormick were friends, then how come after Warren realized that Nolan was missing and they were all on the phone trying to figure out what was going on, and then the police eventually arrived and spoke to them, how come the police were told that Nolan was last seen with an unknown girl, which led the police to go to an unknown girl's house?
One of the most telling parts of the Nolan Wells situation is that they still have no persons of interest in this case. They still have not announced any person of interest. So they're going to go to the grand jury with a package and no person of interest. So many inconsistencies in this case that they keep adding. Now, they released a 15-page report of the initial investigation that was conducted by the police department. Now, I thought it was kind of strange that in this report it says the phone was in the friend's truck, so I'm not understanding why it took so long to get the phone to the mother. If you know that the boy is missing, it would have been important to get the keys of the phone back to the mom, but I digress. It says in here that he stayed with an unknown female. Why are they saying that they do not know Katie? And they do know Katie. They also mentioned the time being 3 o'clock. We know that they didn't leave the island until 4:31. That's what the GPS confirms. And if you notice, they're using language like he chose to remain on the island. These things make no sense. And the more inconsistencies that come up, they say one thing and then another thing is found out. They say 3 o'clock, it was actually 4:30. We don't know the girl, but they actually do know the girl.
According to the MSMR, it says that on July 5th, 2026, at approximately 11:55 hours, Mississippi Department of Marine Resources Office of Marine Patrol Master Sergeant Jacob Strickland received a call from Captain William Freeman to locate and interview a female subject possibly involved with the missing person on Horn Island. Officer J. Strickland reported to the residents of redacted name, Pascagoula, Mississippi, who was initially reported to be on Horn Island with the group of people associated with Nolan Wells. When interviewed, Blink Blink stated that she had already spoken with Jackson County Sheriff's Department investigators and said that she was not on Horn Island but was on Pettit Boys Island with a different group of friends. Blink Blink stated that she knew Wells but had not seen or spoken with him in over a year. Officer Strickland followed up on other possible names associated with Wells that may have seen him on Horn Island that day. Jacob Woods of Ocean Springs, Mississippi was not at home when Strickland checked his residence. Now, I'm sitting over here scratching my head because I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Why were the police sent to this unknown girl's house when everybody knew who the unknown girl was? Because remember, Nolan's mother says that when Warren called her to let her know that her son was missing, he also said that Katie was missing too.
Do you remember his words? What did he say?
He said, "Hey, Miss Christine, have you seen Nolan or talked to Nolan?" I said, "No, I thought he was with you guys, you know." He's like, "No, nobody's talked to him. We left the island at, I think he said 3 p.m., and he wanted to stay because he was talking to a girl named Katie." And so then it turned into...
Wait, you can declutter unvented? Yep, earn cash from homeware.
Let's switch up, y'all. We're gonna make this shit with no commercials because I'm sick of this shit freeze framing on me. You know what I mean? But in the meantime and in between time.
What's going on, buddy? What's good, man? Quick question. Is Quentin here? Oh. Quentin. Quentin here? Come on, bro. I don't have time to play, bro. We know he's here. We got his address and everything, bro. Just go get him, bro. Dude. I should run up in that motherfucker. Talking about QA here. Dumbass, we bounty hunters. We got your full load everywhere you be at, bro. That's what I'm saying. Criminals getting dumber and dumber, bro. And make sure you look over there, because if a motherfucker hop out that back door and leave, then we are. What's going on, fam? How you doing? Hey, what's going on? I'm Officer J. Hey, so I ain't trying to be on no weird shit, no shit like that. So I'm with Fred last bail bond, and seemed like that, so you skipped out on bail.
Got on bail?
I mean, they called us up there. I'm a bounty hunter, buddy.
When is that got on bail?
I mean, I don't know what you got going, but they called me up here to basically come get you, turn you in, so we can do this the easy way. All I gotta do is...
I don't know about none of that. Though, like,
I get what you're saying, bro. I ain't trying to be on no weird shit or nothing like that, brother. But what we're gonna have to do is, we're gonna do this the easy way. Watch out, bro. Come on, bro. We're not finna do this, bro. Just chill, dog. Just chill. We're gonna do this shit the easy way, brother. You real light ass, bro. Be cool. Take your hat. You good? So we good. We're gonna. This nigga. Watch out. Hey, get in the car.
I think he took a right.
Oh, there you go.
There he goes right there.
Let's switch up. Switch up. Oh, hell no.
Ready?
I'd have shot that motherfucker. I ain't even trying to catch it. Put a bullet in that nigga. Get it over with. Bop, bop, bop. Watch him drop. Head to the top, to the shop, chop, chop. Watch him drop. Bumper clot. Bumper clot. Boom, boom, boom. Dum, dum, boom, boom. Yo, we Liddy in the building. Hold on, let's get this shit popping right now. Yeah, but on the back, baby, bleed out. See on, Papa told me, hit him up and let him bleed out. When I'm headed in the house, you got your feet out. When we headed in the house, we put the weed out. My baby fast like cheetah. See if you wanna treat, you gon' treat her. Cause when she wanna eat, you gon' feed her. And if she want you to eat, you gon' eat her. Out comes Mr. 9mm. You sleepy ass niggas need a woke. You coughing ass niggas gon' choke. And all you rich ass niggas playing you broken, or you broke niggas got those chicks paying you low. The beatbox man king, bring him back into the class and sit him down, let him sing. Matter of fact, bring him to the back of the class. Keep stunting, I'ma put my foot in your ass. Little man did honey all day. He blew it out the background front. Really had you little silly niggas on a manhunt, a headhunt. Head honcho was in the back, talking to his man, and he really needed Tic Tac. Getting back to me, chilling on my lawn, watching my baby, cause my baby got it going on. Come on, cop a chair, cop a squat, go ahead, roll the blunt, take a shot. But don't forget, talking about Sasquatch. Let me tell you how I got there. First of all, I woke up in a nightmare. Woke up one day, I was sleeping on a park bench. I got a home, so it didn't make sense. Plus I got a whip, so it didn't make sense. And plus I had a couple dollars, so it didn't make sense. I walked around in the rain all drenched, thinking about life and how it didn't make sense. Look at these wolves, these niggas look tense, so I toss it in the air. Let them catch it on the fence, I'm on the tippity top, sitting in the trippity drop. Just watching y'all wickedly watch. The problem is, you ain't the only one looking. Fucking around, get your life taken over here, boy. The runway looks clear, boy, but you better come nowhere near, boy. Hey, plenty ice in the trap, wondering when we gonna get the next meal at. It's your boy Dabrand, and we back. This part of the show, yo Jay, what up, baby? You back in the building? Jay, what up, baby? We got capital J in the building, you heard? We over here discussing some things, man. You know, the Nolan Wells case and Chrisean Rock getting ready to get rolled up on. They saying she killed her baby daddy. They saying Chrisean Rock killed her baby daddy, you heard? Yo, Jay, what up? You wanna come up, boy? Oh, not that they say. Hold on, man. What is that? Stop, man. Stop. Huh? Cool. Let's get into this, man. I'm gonna put some shit on the... No commercials, man. Y'all gone. What's that shit? Oh, there you go. That's for you niggas. Huh? 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 Oh, we good, y'all. Let's get it poppin'. Y'all already know. One. I bet you we know how tight-knit it is now, don't we? Huh? We know how tight-knit it is now, right? is so tight knit that y'all might get away with murder. Murder. They might get away with murder, you heard? Cause old boy right here, he got a problem, man. You know, he was why your boy Officer Bootlicker. He's a prime example. Cause out of all the black people on the island, he got into a fight. So I guess your statistics is right. Bootlicker, black people always in some shit. Right? But being that this black person suits your narrative, you cool with him. But he acted just like a typical nigga. Went to an island full of white motherfuckers and got into an altercation. Huh? You two niggas is two peas in one pot. Both of you niggas got white women. Both of you niggas got white women and nothing but white friends. They do. You think the white boys gonna play basketball against black niggas? No, I don't think so, buddy. I watched this earlier, y'all. We gonna get off of this shit, cause these people driving me crazy with their lies, man. Then when you sit like this and you talking, you lying right there. That's an indication of body language, man. This is a lying stance, man. That's all I'm telling y'all, man. You're gonna believe it or not. When you do that, and you talking, you're lying. You liar. You liar. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. It's your boy. Let's get it, let's go. Check it. Look at these little niggas all in my ear. Talking this shit I ain't even trying to hear. Yeah, let me make this clear. Nigga, this is my year. And I don't sweat those foes. No, nigga, I don't sweat those hoes. Little niggas, I don't sweat those chos. I switch clothes, pose get chose. Nigga holding my crotch. Yeah, nigga checking my watch. Two hots in the motherfucking cot. Straight from the bottom, straight to the big shot. Nigga, that's that shit, though. And you can see it on the big screen. Big mean, big lane, big green. Little nigga, really maintain boss. Yeah, that's that boss shit right there, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, man. What's wrong with this shit? You know, don't y'all hate when you buy some equipment and this shit don't work? You make me wanna lead one. That's what they say, right? You make me wanna lead one. Let's start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Fuck out of here. Huh? Hold up, man. What's up? It's the best one, man. You can't do that. Sworn this shit was charged up, man. Shit was red earlier, man. Let's go. What we doing here, man? On Papa Chol, Papa Chol, Papa Chol. Got his karma. What it said? Charleston White got exactly what he deserved. It's over. No, if that happened 7 days ago, it ain't true. Cause what happened to Charleston White? Let's see. What they talking about?
We're leaving.
It's wrong.
Y'all heard what he said. Hit that like and subscribe button. and that share button, and that what is that hype button on YouTube, and that what's that other shit? Y'all know what it is. Hit them all. Fuck it, just hit the buttons, man. Hit them. We giving y'all all kinds of content right now. And hit the button, man. Let's go. It's your boy, Dabrand Don't Knows. Matter of fact, this segment of the show is going to be sponsored by the stickermill.com. You can go to the stickermill.com/the brand. And your first 10 stickers is on your boy. You heard? Let's get into this. Yo, Cartier family. We like to give up props where props is due. So we're going to sit here and we're going to critique your commentary, man. And we're going to keep it 100% official and thorough with you, man. Right? I'm going to keep it 100. Off the rip. You sound crazy, that shit. You sound crazy, homeboy. Huh? You sound crazy. Now, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Because you got brothers, I got brothers too, homeboy. You sounding like the bootlicker right now. Because ain't no way you ain't going to say nothing happened, man. No way. No way. I see the title. It says no fucking way. So what you mean? No fucking way. Nothing happened? You got what? We know about the situation, homie. We know that we got a tape from a boat tow that was analyzed by professionals. Now, the only reason why y'all question their professionality is because they black people. And the people who are being tested are white, right? If the shoe was on the other foot, they would accept that evidence as fact. Y'all expect us really to believe not what we hear? Huh? Do you really expect us not to believe what our own ears tell us we are hearing? Please tell me that's not what you're doing, buddy. Please tell me that's not what y'all doing. Y'all not saying that we ain't hearing what we heard. Y'all not doing it, right? Because that would be ill. I'm going to keep it 100. That would be real ill. Cartier brothers. Let's give it up for them. Like I said, I had to pause that early because it sounds like he's going down the wrong road already. Where you going, baby boy? All right. That's Dean Boogie, y'all. That's the lotion man, you heard? That's the lotion man, Dean Boogie. You know what I mean? Shit, hold on. Let me get something by me. Oh, man. Let me see. Y'all ever heard this song right here? Hold on. Yeah. I've been looking for it everywhere, but I can't find it. I've been looking for it everywhere. I've been looking for it everywhere, but I can't find it. I've been looking for it everywhere. I've been looking for it everywhere. But I can't find it. Somewhere in the back of my mind. Let me rewind it. I don't want no cocoa butter. I don't want no Vaseline. Somebody better find my lotion or somebody getting cream. Get it? You get it? You get it? Ding Boogie. He's the lotion man. You feel me? Let's get back into this with the Cartier brothers. Let's go. Yo, y'all know why that shit ain't gonna work with me? Cause I don't check that shit. Listen, y'all can leave every mother thing you want. But I can tell you this one thing for sure and two things for certain, boy. All you little Twitter finger having ass gangsters. Don't worry about them niggas with them punk messages, man, cause they ain't gonna do nothing. Nah, cause you're a black man, they expect you to get up there and do it for free. They never want to pay us for our services, man. I've been in the yo look, YDY Home is my construction company. All right? I've been in the construction business for the last 35 years. Huh? YDYHome.com for them custom designs. Huh? Y'all see the studio, right? I put this studio together with my bare hands. You hear me? Everything you see placed, anything. I built the shelves. I put the whole shebang bang. You hear me? From the stage, the steps to the stage, stage, everything. My hands put this. This is my custom design. You see, I got the little bar section, the little chair section, the little gaming section, the music section. I sectioned it off. That's the VIP section over there. Yeah, that's the VIP. That's when you hit the stage. So for them custom designs and them, you know what I mean? You want a new kitchen remodel, bathroom remodel. You got a big enough room, you want to split it up and turn it into two. We custom design all that. You know what I mean? Y'all don't see about a big closet back there. You see my son just go out through the door, right? Yeah. You see the, what you call that? It's like a fucking diamond or something right there. With the first bullseye straight ahead. It's a whole closet behind there. I got mega tools in there. That's my tool shed. You know what I mean? I know it don't look like a tool shed, but yeah, that's my tool shed back there. You know? That's so when y'all want me to come out and do some of them custom designs, you know, I'll go in there and pick out the tools that I need for the job, and then I pull up. You know? YDY Home. Your home, your design, your home. Brando. Shut the fuck up. The three of you clowns on the screen right now. Shut the fuck up. You clowns actually just now had the motherfucking nerve to quote bootlicker? Bootlicker's debunking what? My man, if I don't know you, you not parking your car in my garage, you fucking goofy. Why the fuck would you park? Yo, if I don't know, listen, man, if I don't know you, why would I have you parking your car in my garage, you goofy? Huh? I just knew you bozos was gonna go down the wrong road. See, now I'm gonna have beef with these clowns too, man. Y'all see them, right? Y'all hear that felonious shit they talking, right? You niggas are goofies, man. I got one question for y'all, man. Since y'all so gun-ho about this being, what y'all said, fake news, let me ask you a question. So when Warren and Nolan pulled up at Wyatt's house to spend the night for the 4th of July trip, why did Wyatt and Warren disappear on Nolan? If he was going with them on the trip, right? Because he came over there to spend the night with them to go on the trip. Right? Y'all following me? Y'all following. Nolan and Warren pulled up to Wyatt's house to spend the night so that they could go for their 4th of July trip the following day on the 4th. If you listen to the interview on Officer Bootlicker's show, clearly Warren said that Wyatt and Warren got up the next morning and left without Nolan. Where was Nolan, man? At that point right there, where did Nolan go? Warren should know, because he supposed to meet up later. So you telling me he just went on here and said, yo, I'm going to go run over here, take care of this, and I'm going to meet y'all over there? And if he met y'all over there, that means he drove his vehicle, which means his vehicle should have been at the dock, right, when he got back on the boat so you get in his car and go wherever he going. But no, his car was still at your house, which means he got to the boat dock somehow. How did he get there if y'all left him and his car's still at the crib? Huh? How make it make sense, you fucking goofies. Since y'all got so much of the answers, you doing all the talking right now. Huh? I got brothers too. I don't give a fuck about that shit y'all talking. I got brothers too. So act tough if you want to. And see what happened. That's all. See what happened. Act tough. Hit my line. Hit my jack. Hit son. Contact. Holla at your boy. Look. Shit, I'm right here. I'm Dolo, man. You see me? I'm a solo artist, homeboy. But I don't like when people talk stupid. A lady lost her kid. You dumb fucks. You understand? Show some fucking respect, man. What's wrong with you, nigga? You trying to do a Tatum, huh? You trying to get Tatum numbers? Oh, I see what y'all niggas up to. Y'all trying to get Tatum numbers. Okay. Say that. Say, look, man, we gonna start this fake shit over here too, cause we want some of them Tatum numbers. You know, say that. Don't say the shit that the trees that we barking up are false, my nigga. Cause then you making it look like we don't know what we talk. My man, we know what we talking, my homeboy. You, near one of you fruity looking Cartier brothers gonna tell us otherwise, man. And we gonna use your commentary right now. And we ain't gonna like your shit. And I'm gonna give you the same options I give everybody that sound like you clowns. I'm gonna play your commentary, homeboy. And check this out. Check it out. Check it out. If you make me grab this mic 5 times before it ends, I'm gonna unfollow you niggas. You heard? Cause I already know you bozos don't follow me. Cause y'all clowns. Y'all don't think about nobody but yourselves. Five times. And I'm gonna unsubscribe your asses. And then I'm gonna call all my friends and family and see if they know anything about you clowns. And make sure they do the same. Now let's get back. Shut your bitch ass up. The investigation the police is doing is turning out to be true. You cocksucker, you. You niggas sound like a fucking hillbilly, man. Facts, man. Don't let the grays fool you, homie. Don't let the grays fool you, homie. I'm a brawler, nigga. And I love to do it, too. I got the whole gym right down them steps, man. I gotta bang my bag every day, boy. So I won't bang a nigga face like yours. Let's get into it. Homeboy. Yo, Cartier. Fake ass Cartier glasses. Fake ass Cartier glasses. The girl said he left with them. So you don't believe her? You don't believe her? Huh? You don't believe her? She said he left with them boys. You feel me? So you don't believe her? You don't take her word for it either? You got that jungle fever too? Huh? Huh? You got that jungle fever, boy? White man don't lie? Shut the fuck up. The fuck up. Each and every one of them niggas already said they was hating on Nolan because he had the girl. So what the fuck are you talking about, Cartier? Fake ass Cartier. What are you talking about? Didn't Trayvon, or whatever the fuck his name is, he said, yeah, man, I seen Trayvon. He was with, you know what I mean? I had to say some slick shit to him, man. He had to say some slick shit. Huh? Why? Because he was with that girl? And what about your boy Warren? Wasn't he hating? He seen him, he said, you crazy boy. Huh? That ain't hating, son? The fuck is y'all little niggas talking about, man? Take the stick out your ass and be regular again, man, please. Because this shit you talking about is a little crazy, man. You're pissing me off. That's one. I don't have to pick the mic up again in the first 5 seconds. You got 4 more, man, then you going, just like your boy Officer Bootlicker. Wow, y'all niggas is some stupid motherfuckers, I swear to God. You niggas is y'all proving, in this one episode, y'all proving to be some dumb motherfuckers, because right now, y'all ain't said 15 words, and y'all pissing me the fuck off. How would they kill him in front of all them people? Obviously, they took did you hear the nigga say that Bart's boat told them niggas 3 miles out? Y'all ain't hear them say Bart told the motherfuckers 3 miles out into the deep waters, man? Fuck is wrong with you dummies? If y'all ain't do y'all homework, man, I don't think y'all should be commenting on this type shit, for real. If y'all niggas ain't did y'all homework, I don't think y'all should be commenting on this, man. And that's a fact. And y'all can think I'm playing, I'm a joke if you want. Go ahead, test me, man. Try your luck. See what you get with that, boy. I'm trying to tell y'all niggas I got 8 brothers and 40 wolves, nigga. And you can run, but the bet we gon' catch you. Got time, motherfucker, so for now we gon' let you. Y'all niggas ain't gon' eat until we let you. And it been the same way from the first day you met you. Got you little niggas under pressure. Believe that. Believe that. 40 wolves on that ass, motherfuckers gon' get you. Stop talking crazy, man, because you getting it to that point, man, where I'm ready to get at you niggas. Like, I'll be ready to put y'all niggas in the ring, son. Let's just put the gloves on and box it out, man. You know what I'm saying? Put the guns down, pick the gloves up, baby. These niggas clickbaiting right now, man. They can't be real. He can't be serious about this shit he talking about right now, man. I'm dead ass, man. He sound crazy. Oh, how would they kill him in front of all of those people? You sound stupid, homie. Ask some dumbass questions. Ask people what happened to them when they ask dumbass questions around me, man. Shit get real fucking hectic, man. Because I don't be liking it. You want to ask dumb questions, man? Take that shit over there, man. I ain't got time for that stupid shit, man. Yo, Dean Boogie. Dean Boogie. Call Dean for me. Call Dean for me. Yeah. Back to the Cartier brothers. Hold on, hold on. Did I see the bootlicker? Y'all niggas, if y'all co-sign anything the bootlicker say, I think I'm gonna cut y'all shit from 5 to 1. I'm just gonna eliminate y'all off my playlist. I'm dead ass, cause I know I ain't on your playlist, so it ain't gonna matter. I'm gonna just, if y'all agree to one thing the bootlicker got to say, I'm gonna unsubscribe from you motherfuckers, and y'all niggas will never pop up on my feed again. Trust me. And I don't want it to happen because I was fucking with y'all niggas. That's why y'all popped up right now, right? That's why I'm like a little nervous about hitting the button right now because I just seen the bootlicker, and then your man smiling like he agreed with the bootlicker. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna hit play, man. I'm gonna hit play. I'm hesitating to hit the play because I know I'm going to hear y'all niggas agree with this cocksucker, man. And then I'm going to have to disown you niggas like an orphan. Cutting you niggas off. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and do it. Fuck it. Let's see. Let's see. Your first Cartier. Why you rolling your eyes like that, homeboy? That's like some chick shit, man. You like you just can't believe that something like that could happen. But y'all ain't making no sense, man. Because if you look at the story they told, right? The one black guy that was down with the cold picture, the one black guy that they coerced to go out there and say that was him saying, "Give me my phone back." He still ain't told us no reason why he would be saying, "Give me my phone back." None. There's no reason why he should be saying, "Give me my phone back." He got into a fight with a guy and all that. So they say. How we know that? That's what I'm saying. He the only one saying it. And then his girl ain't see the fight because her head was under the fucking water so long. He didn't want to make her a witness. So we could drag her in. So with the fight, she dove under the water when he got into the fight. This is how stupid you three motherfuckers is sitting up there listening to that dumb shit. Talking about, with no evidence. There's no evidence that they didn't do it either, you fucking goofies. Why this nigga? Come on, man. This nigga like a little bitch. Yo, my dude, shut your punk ass up, man. I got pictures. Look. I got pictures. I say, damn, I didn't even know this nigga was in my picture. You trying to tell me that? Let's just take that picture right there for instance. You think all the motherfuckers is best friends? No, them two first prop niggas over there probably best friends. The rest of these niggas is associates. They all know each other, but nobody can say they all. My man, you don't know, huh? Homeboy lied through his teeth through that whole interview. That's why he sat there with his arms crossed, because this the position you sit in when you constantly sitting there telling lies. If you wasn't lying, you'd be free willy. You'd be able to do this. You'd be able to talk and do other things. You ain't going to be sitting there with your arms crossed like a little hoe. You understand what I'm saying? That dude sat there and lied through that whole interview, man. He said he was the one who was yelling, "Yo, give me my phone," but he didn't give us a reason for why he was asking for his phone yet. Because if everybody leaves their phones on the boat and you was on the boat, why you couldn't just pick up your phone? Why you calling somebody on the beach for your phone? You was already on the boat where it should have been at. Now go ahead and say, "Oh, you dropped your phone in the fight." Nigga, you was just in the water. Remember your girl, she dunked her head and swam off when you told her you wanted a beer. Huh? How about the time, if he's such a good friend of Nolan, why on the day of the trip, Nolan called a motherfucker twice, he ain't answered the phone? He ignored him. Why is that? If that's your best friend, that's what you're going to do? If I know me and my friend getting ready to go on a trip to motherfucking Randall's Island, and he calling me, I'm going to pick up, like, "Yo, what up, man? You ready? You on your way? Where you at? What's your ETA? All that." I ain't going to look and say, "Oh, damn, this nigga. And not pick up twice. This is the type of shit they're going in y'all lives. People treat y'all like that. That's why y'all act like that. Bunch of fucking goofies, man. That's because you stupid. That's because, once again, that's because you a dummy. Yo, my man. Y'all are not gonna sit there and keep talking that stupid shit, man. Huh? So you trying to tell me, because me and a nigga went on trips, man, let's just say they went on trips every year for the last fucking 5 years together. Hmm? You trying to tell me that they could none they cause they been on trips together for the last 5 years that they couldn't have gotten to a beef? Like one of them couldn't, like, nigga, I'm sick of your shit, and they couldn't have been brawling? That couldn't have happened? Cause I have gotten to fist fights with friends that for over 10 years. And we said, what, nigga, fuck, let's take it the fuck outside, nigga. And we go outside and bang out till we good till we find out who is what, nigga. You trying to say that don't happen, man? Huh? You three brothers ain't never get it cracking amongst yourselves, man. Knock it off. Y'all lying right now. Y'all some liars. Y'all trying to follow that Tate train and it ain't gonna work. Y'all making yourselves look ugly doing it too, man. I'm warning you niggas making yourselves look stupid doing that shit, man. Tatum ain't in a good position doing that shit, man. How? What the fuck? How? You said how? Why and how? Why and how? First of all, how? You see that? I think Judge Mathis probably described how the best. Now, why is a good question. You understand? Why is a good question. Or maybe it could be that they was doing what we do. Like I just said, me and my boy in here, we beefing. We ain't even beefing. We just, oh, yo, fuck that. We in a heated debate, right? And it get to the point where we like in each other's face, like, fuck that, right? Literally, we will go outside and box, man. Literally, we going outside, we gonna get it cracking, nigga. Let's go. Fuck that, man. Let's take this shit outside. And that's my boy. This is how we do. What are you niggas talking about? You and your boys don't fucking scrap? You niggas is pussy. You niggas is pussy if you niggas don't scrap with your boys. Cause me and my niggas put the gloves on, man. We get at each other, man. We box, man. That's what boys do. We get it cracking lagging, son. Fuck are you talking about? That's like one of the joys of my life, nigga, to box a nigga head off. So what the fuck are you niggas talking about? Winning wild. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about, man? Fuck are you talking about? Niggas seeing nigga with, you heard all them niggas hating on Nolan for being with the baddest broad on the beach. Dude said, yeah, I had to say something to him. I said, yeah, man, I had to say something to him about it. And then he warned me, I said, you crazy. Why he crazy? Because he cuffed up with a shorty. He crazy. Y'all think that's what he meant when he said that? Y'all think he meant he crazy because he's chilling with shorty? No, he crazy because he's chilling with shorty and they know what it is with shorty. They the ones made it sound like that, not us. Why he said something to shorty? Cause what? Like, why are you mad cause he with him? Why you mad Nolan with her? Why? Why y'all mad Nolan with her? Tell me. Why he crazy for being with her? And ask Trayvon, what was the slick shit you said about him being with her? Like, why both of them had a problem with him being with the girl? But y'all seem to have a problem understanding that maybe the two of them goofies had a problem with him being with the girl because they man Bart was on the way and he wanted to. Right now, the girl said that he left with them. Right? The girl said he left with them. Y'all don't believe that? So that part of the story is not true. All other shit that they talking is real, but the shit that the girl says is not real, right? So I'm just gonna assume the C-Toad tape, y'all just don't hear nothing. Even with them big ass, goofy ass earphones on, y'all don't hear shit, right? Fuck out of here. No, he not. He ain't asking questions. He accusing people of race baiting and blaming people for shit they ain't do. That's what he do. He ain't asked one question yet. Shut the fuck up, you liars. God damn, Cartier brothers. I thought y'all niggas was on the up and up. I see y'all niggas on some real live bullshit too, man. Why I put y'all niggas on? Because I got me hot under the collar right now, man. Ready to do a charity boxing match, man. Brothers against brothers, man. I'm the oldest out of my brothers. So I take the oldest out of you clowns. Right? And then I'll just let any one of you, the rest of you niggas, pick any one of my brothers that y'all want to get it at it with. How about that? We with that? If y'all with that, leave it in the comment. We gonna see it later when we running through the joint. You know what I mean? If y'all with that, put it there. We gonna do a brothers charity match. Brothers charity match. Y'all gonna find out watching my show. I like to box, man. I like to give it in. I like to target practice and all that. I like to do manly shit. You know? Yeah. I like to do manly shit. You know what I mean? I like to know that things don't change overnight. You know what I mean? I want you goofy niggas to tell me how y'all think Nolan disappeared, man. Like literally, off a beach with 1,000 people on it. How y'all think he got off the beach, man? Cause I'm gonna tell y'all, I think he was on the boat. Cause Katie said he went and got on the boat. Katie said the last time I saw Nolan, y'all niggas was telling him to let's go. So I'm saying, which y'all think happened from that point right there? Because that right there is the disappearing factor. He disappeared right there. right there. When they said, yo, Nolan, get your ass on the boat. Remember? Remember he was talking on records? And then they had to keep saying, Nolan said he refused to go. He don't want to go. He neglect to go. That's to stop the lawsuit. Cause it gotta be known that he said he ain't want to go. I ain't hear him say he ain't want to go. Did anybody hear him say he ain't want to go? Did anybody hear him say he ain't want to go? See, they might win the criminal, right? Cause the coroner and everybody is in on it. You know what I mean? Why the fuck they ain't give up the throat and the lungs yet, man? Huh? Why? Y'all said ain't nothing happy here. Why they ain't give up the throat and the lungs yet, bro? It don't take that long. They already been done with their autopsy. A second autopsy was done, and they released their results already. So why the coroner for the first results ain't released it yet, man? To clear all this shit up. Y'all care to elaborate on that? No, you're just gonna sit there with them dumb looks on your face with your mouth wide open? Goofies. Hold on. I want to see what y'all got to say about my man barking on the bootlicker. Because once he said that, y'all niggas looked like y'all was hating, son. Y'all look like y'all was hating. And those my peoples right there. And we on the same page. You know what I mean? We on the same page. Believe that, y'all. And we want to see what y'all got to say about my man. Let's see. Let's turn this shit back on. What y'all got to say about Willie D? Huh? And it ain't gonna go too well for you. And it ain't gonna go too well for you goofies either trying to go down this same road. All right? Y'all about to ruin y'all careers, man. If I was y'all, I would get off of that attitude y'all got right now, cause it ain't looking good. Cause y'all all black men. And y'all all defending the white man. Y'all know what y'all doing. Y'all know what y'all doing, right? All right, let's get Willie D back up on the screen. I want to see what kind of fly shit y'all got to say about my peoples. Because all he got to do is tell me he want me to box one of y'all niggas' heads off for saying some stupid shit. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to call one of you niggas out. I'm going to call one of you niggas out. And if you don't take my challenge, you know what I'm going to do? If you don't take my challenge, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep disrespecting you every day. Until you do. Yeah. I ain't even a DL Hughley fan because I used to be DL Floss, and I said this stole my name. I wanted to box his face off, and this was years ago. So I hold a grudge like that. So I never really could get into DL Hughley's sense of comedy, right? But I'm gonna have to say the man was correct in what he said about your bootlicker. He's a Django. And you three stooges is looking like the Django wannabes at this current point in time. Huh? Don't become the Django, boy. And this is why. And now we see why y'all Bojangling. He said his daddy's white. Come on. If you got any white in you and you know about it, you might be on the fence right now. Right? But being that I don't know that I got any white in me, I'm going to keep it a humble. I'm going to keep it a hundo. We ain't satisfied with the results we getting in Mississippi, man. Not by far. They say they're going to keep the first autopsy results until the grand jury. Like, do y'all think this is right, man? Like, this seemed like the craziest setup in the world. Like, if y'all didn't want it to seem so wonky, why don't y'all do the right thing? Produce the results. You produce the results, right? And guess what that does? That clear up a lot of shit. That make a lot of people fall back. Like, damn, maybe. But they doing too much right now. It's taking y'all too long to show the results. You understand? It's taking you dudes too long because right now we figuring y'all in the lab whopping up y'all concoction to get your sons and daughters out of the situation. And if you Sambo, like he just said, bootlicking, the Django ass niggas, feel a certain way about what we got to say, do what you gotta do. Simple. Right? Am I bugging? Or what? Am I bugging? I ain't bugging. I ain't bugging. They literally told him why they went on his show because he asked him. He said, "Yo, tell me why would you come on the Bootlicker show?" And you know what he said? He said, because I've been watching you for a while, Bootlicker, and I felt like this would be the perfect place to come off and get my shit off, Bootlicker. I felt like I come here, tell you anything. You know what I'm saying? You go for it. You know what I'm saying? You want to try to spread that to your peoples. You know what I'm saying? Same boat. He's like, yes, sir, there, Master Boss. You see how he had his legs crossed? You know what I'm saying? And his hand held like he had a cock in it. Yeah. Yeah. You like doing it. You ain't do it, man. Listen, if they didn't win, if he wouldn't have did what he did, you wouldn't have had to do it, man. So you ain't do it, man. Don't worry about it, man. Don't ever tell me that shit again, either, man. You ain't do it, man. I don't believe it, man. You didn't. They could have confessed. What? Something wrong with Exactly. So watch your mouth, little nigga. Exactly. So watch your mouth. I just told you don't say no crazy shit about Willie D, boy. Didn't I say that? And I'm gonna show you what a man of their word is about. Check this out, y'all. We unsubscribing from these goofies. That was 5 strikes. You out, motherfucker. We don't care what you say no more. Shut the fuck up. Your asses is banned. Let's do this, y'all. Let's get these goofies. Let's get. Hold on. Put this down. We getting these goofies out of here. Cartier brothers, sellouts, cocksuckers. I dare one of you bitch ass niggas say something about it. And we could just go ahead and keep saying it, because we gonna pop. You see this shit, y'all? What that shit say? Unsubscribe. See y'all bitch ass niggas later. Huh? Holla. Fuck out of here with that stupid shit y'all niggas talking about. I told you niggas, man. Real shit. And if your shit ever pop up on my shit again, I'ma play it, disrespect you niggas. I'ma disrespect every video that y'all niggas do come across my feed. See? Y'all gone. No more. No more Cartier brothers. You see? That's what happened to Goofies, man. They get eliminated. Goofies get eliminated, baby. Goofies get eliminated, baby. We can't hide it now. Hide what? The fuck is that? The fuck are they talking about? All banks will switch to XRP. God damn, man. I gotta get my shit back. All right, we're going with Brian Maxwell. We're going to change up the mood right now because the Cartier brothers done had me on some other shit right now. We're going to switch it up. We're going to go see what my man Brian Maxwell got going on right now. It says Democrat Socialists destroyed for pleading loyalty to China. And who they got? Mondani, they got AOC, they got this loser, what's his name? Bernie Sanders. All losers. Brian Maxwell.
Bluetooth disconnected.
woman or one child. And then how do all of these people show up on the coastline on the same day? How do all of these people get there? They're supposedly poor, broke, in hard times, right? They all just decided on the same day to come. That's what shows how coordinated this is. And that's why it is such a blessing from the Most High God that we got President Trump in office. Because if we didn't, this country, our borders would have been done. And he's only going to be there for a limited time. It's up to us to carry the mantle. Are you willing? Because I know I am. My wife and my family knows I am. And the fact that you watching this video lets me know that you are too. So if you stayed and you watched this up to this point, thank you so much from the top and bottom of my heart. I really do appreciate you. If you haven't already, hit that like button. And if you are not subscribed already, please subscribe. But most importantly, make sure that you stay safe and that you be great. I'm Brian Maxwell saying I look forward to seeing you at the top. Over and out, y'all.
A world-renowned body language expert weighing in on that interview you've probably already seen of the young man who claims that he's Nolan Wells' best friend and was with him on July 4th.
Have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not, and absolutely not.
The only thing is that people would probably pick out is like he didn't say the word no, right? He says, of course not. Okay, so when he's saying that, though, his head is already shaking his head no, like a second before he actually answers it.
It's a fascinating interview you don't want to miss. Plus an update on this fast-moving case at the end of this episode. But first, do me a favor, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share the episode. I'm Matt Johnson, and this is Justice. All right, here to help break it all down, we have a very special guest. We have Susan Constantine, jury consultant, speaker, author, and body language expert. Thank you for being on the program as we dive into the Nolan Wells case.
I'm happy to be here, Matt. Let's talk about this case. There's lots of information here that we need to talk about today.
Yeah, so we have Warren Hudson, who is a friend of Nolan Wells, and they were on the boat together initially. And he recently did an interview with Brandon Tatum from the Officer Tatum show. So I want to play some clips from that, and I'm going to get straight to it because one of the main questions that he's asked is, did you have anything to do with the death of this young man?
Have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not, and absolutely not.
Okay, it's a short clip. Obviously, this is part of a much larger interview. If people want to check it out, they can watch it on the Officer Tatum show. But anything stick out to you from this clip?
Okay, so I want to run this by us. I want you to look at his body language before he was asked the question, while he was asking the question, and while he was responding to the question. So this is where we talk about the 7-second scan. Right? There is no difference from the minute before the question was asked, during the question, or after the question. It remained the same. So that is what we call that's his norm, right? So when I'm looking for is any sort of deviation from that, the only thing is that people would probably pick out is like he didn't say the word no, right? He says, of course not. Okay? So when he's saying that, though, his head is already shaking his head no, like a second before he actually answers it. What I'd be looking for, if it was deceptive, it would happen afterwards. He would say, of course not. See? He doesn't. He says, of course not. It happens before. It's because he already knows the truth. So in this particular clip right here, there's no deceptive indicator. And I want you to demystify the fact that he says, of course not. And you'll see that in other clips, he says that's his answer to no, right? So that is what his baseline is. So this is really important because when a person deviates, they may switch it up. They'll say, of course, no, but then let's see how they answer all the other questions. So let's take a look at the other ones.
Yeah, so here he's asking the pointed question whether or not he killed the young man.
Did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Of course. And again, of course not. That is his norm. That's how he answers the question because he finds it's like, of course I wouldn't. That's preposterous. That's unbelievable. I can't believe you asked that question. So we have to, when we're looking at deception, we're looking at verbal dictionary, how they use their words. When you look at just that phrase, it's not enough to decide deception. It's not a cluster. So what would be a cluster would be someone that maybe had leaned forward, leaned back, then maybe he would have sniffed, and then he would have shrugged his shoulders. Okay, that didn't happen. There was no difference in his body language. It was just, if you look at his body language before, during, and after, there was still no deception indicated.
So here's another clip from that same interview where he's asked about the phone, and the phone has really, this is Nolan Wells' phone, right? So it was allegedly left on the boat, and and in this interview, Warren says everyone kind of leaves their phones on the boat because the water is gross, murky. You grab it, you take pictures on the boat, you may leave it behind. Then there's been questions as to whether or not the phone has been tampered with. Because remember, again, there's a lot of people that question the story. There's a lot of people that are still investigating this case. So there's questions about if he even got on the boat, if the phone was taken, and what happened to the phone. He's asked about the phone, and let me play that for you.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
Okay, so that is a problem for me. Okay, when he says, of course not, that was normally his response. Okay, and then you see the sniff, his head tilted to the side. So that to me is going to give me, that's what I call a red flag, right? Those are hot spots. Why? Because I'm seeing more than 2 indicators that are questionable to me. So I'm going to want to probe more. I don't know yet, but I'm going to probe more precisely. But when we see that, that's telling me there is something there. I just don't know what it is yet, because there's no follow-up question there to ask a deeper probe. So what?
TikTok, 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 TikTok. Still with me, TikTok. Let's go.
We're looking for is when there's a probe, or that's what we call a stimulus, right? What is a stimulus? That was a pretty high probe. That was a high stake question. Okay, and then what I'm looking for are at least 3 indicators in 2 of the channels, which is your body and face. Psychophysiology, like sniffing, gulping, swallowing, licking the lips, etc. And we do see some of those indicators. So what I'm saying to you, there are some indicators, deceptive indicators, and there is a possible cluster there. So that would tell me as an investigator, and this gentleman is not a real investigator, right? So that's the area I'm going to start to probe and ask more inquiring questions to whittle it down to be more precise. So that was a pretty punchy question, and he was probably prepared for it too. And also the sniff can be like,
what you mean by
like an end of a pointed question, like, of course not, like this. It's like a period at the end of a sentence, right? And also a swallow can be fear, but it also can be he knows the weight of that question, which also causes fear. See how you can see where they can have more than one message. So that's an area I'm going to want to explore.
Yeah, and as we're talking about this case, usually you and I are talking about trial testimony where the camera is on the person the entire time and you have more of the context. I mean, I'm not saying there were parts that were edited out of this interview, but the camera does shift from time to time. And then I can tell by just watching it that there are other people in the room because the host is like making reference to somebody at some point. So there are other things going on. And I just thought, when I was talking with you, we were both saying that this would be an interesting interview to take a look at. But, we have no horse in the race. I know that a lot of people may see things differently, but it's just really interesting given the fact of all your training and what we can see from these clips.
Yeah, and what I do is I look at things objectively. It has absolutely no subjective analysis, period, end of story. In fact, to me, that is utter nonsense and it's pseudoscience. It's improper. It's unethical, and you never take one or two cues and go, oh, that person is lying. And there's nothing else, because the reason being, Matt, and you and I, we've had dinner, we've talked about this before. There are only specific indicators that are proven to be deceptive. Just because somebody moves or shifts or they lick their lips, unless it's associated with a cluster of other proven indicators of deception, then it's not considered, you can't consider it. So in a lot of my training, and this is what I teach, and in fact, you know that I just trained a group of judges. In fact, yesterday I got another call to train another group of judges because they want to be able to read people properly. And I spent most of the time debunking the myths. Okay, so I'm trying to get people on a level ground, how to read people accurately, and they're going to be able to do it through this book. I mean, once they get the book, they're going to know how to do it, and they're going to say, you know what, that made perfect sense to me. So you're right, there is no skin in the game. It doesn't matter. We're looking at this as an objective data, and if you just look at it as data, then you don't have a subjective opinion. There's no emotion attached to it.
Yeah, and now we're going to get back to the story, and the real main crux of it all is, what is the true timeline? Is everyone actually telling the truth? So he's asked about the last time that he saw Nolan, and he says that it was around 3 o'clock. So here's the answer to that.
Last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to,
Okay, so what do you make of that statement and that initial timeline? So he's laying the groundwork. Last time I saw him was 3 p.m.
Yeah, well, first of all, 3 is the number one lying number. I don't know. We've talked about that before too. So just be careful when they say 3 o'clock, 3:30, 3 people, 3 drinks. And, just that doesn't mean it always is. But we have found in research oftentimes, if they can't pinpoint, the evidence doesn't prove it was actually 3 o'clock. Just be careful, and your antler should go up when they say 3 o'clock. Why did he say 3 o'clock? We don't know yet. Is he trying to fit it to the story if he was being deceptive? Or maybe it was actually 3 o'clock. So the other thing is what word was really interesting to me is he used the word demanded. So when you think of demanded, that is like a very forceful word. No one demanded. Instead of saying no one asked him, it would have been much more believable than to say, no one demanded. So what he's doing is he's actually heightening it to being more of a command. So the question is, why does he feel the need to use the word demanded? Now, he's not saying that he demanded. He's saying no one demanded. So somewhere in maybe all of this investigation, somewhere he felt that he needed to inject this word. No one demanded it. It was like free will, right? You had the choice getting on and getting off. But why he chose that word, I'm going to explore a little bit deeper.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I'm going to play another part a little bit further in this same line of questioning. He kind of explains more about his timeline as to what happened and really trying to get, as he says, Nolan on the boat.
A lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island.
Yeah, first of all, remember that word demanded popped up, and then he said yelled. All right, yelled is when you are giving a command, right? And then he comes back and he says, he tries to present it in a little bit different way, like nobody was panicking. Well, yes, they were, because you used the word demanded before, then you use the word yelled. That tells me there's some sort of heightened emotion. So it is my professional opinion that someone or whoever did yell and demanded him to get on the boat, like, get on this boat. Now, the boat is sinking. But for whatever reason, he felt like he wanted to inject the fact that nobody was panicking. So why he felt that there was a need to qualify that is interesting to explore, because he said he yelled at him multiple times. He's trying to make a point. If it wasn't just one time, it wasn't two times, but we didn't demand him to come on it. He had his own free will, and we asked him over and over and over again. And I'm certain that there was some sort of frustration that happened of the annoyance because he did not do it. So I mean, did not jump on the boat when he was supposed to. So you could see his foot kind of jiggle a little bit. So that's kind of showing you like cognitive load, a little anxiety, a little irritation. So I'm kind of watching that. And also his fluency of the story is a little bit jagged, right? So real stories, just so you know, are true stories, are jagged. So oftentimes it will kind of go back up, go forward, and go off to the side. What we're looking for in deceptive language or deceptive behavior is when it's super linear. I mean, this happened, then that happened, and then next after that, and then after that, and then after that, and then after that. So they're literally kind of pulling you, right, along with a rope, like in every step of the way. That's a deceptive indicator. But you're not really seeing that here. But I do think he's trying to cover up the fact that there was some agitation, there was frustration, there was yelling, get on the boat, there was a panic. I don't believe the other part of it, but I don't know why he felt the need to have to over-explain or diminish the fact that there was no panic. So I'm not into his head. And again, these are questions to follow up with. And like you said earlier, Matt, is, you know, we didn't see the whole interview, right? We didn't see the whole interview. So with that being said, we are looking at, when I'm looking at it, you can't just take a clip and go, oh, unless that's really obvious, okay? And I've done that and called it out pretty quick. You've got to find a baseline. And I did look up at the interview, by the way, so that I could have a baseline to be able to tell you and share with your viewers what I saw based on what I already knew in the baseline. So when it was off, then I know where the deviation is. And that's where it's interesting how to detect deception.
Yeah, and it's all to do with the timeline and, you know, what in fact is the true timeline, because he says that he didn't see him. He saw him last around 3 o'clock. We're going to get to the phone call to Cito that takes place at 4. And maybe some of the chaos is they've already realized there's problems with the boat. Maybe it is, in fact, someone got into a fight, like some people are saying, and they all want to leave. But actually, let me play part of that dispatch call and get your take on this. And again, this is just part of the dispatch call.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Yeah.
All right. Is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes. There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
And also, for the viewer, there was a lot of dead air in this Q&A with this lady that was trying to help them. So it is also edited. You can listen to it online, the full thing. But that's the gist that stood out to me that I wanted to get your take on.
There is a sense of urgency, but not in a form of high panic. It's not to that level. So this is like, we're concerned. His voice is a little bit more tense. You can sense the tenseness in his voice. And what I would like to do, and I think this would be really great for this 911 call, is run it through voice stress analysis. And voice stress analysis will be able to tell you exactly in the markers of where that person is deviating. The other thing is he uses the word 31 feet, right? It starts at 17.
Another 3.
To the 31. So it's really interesting about how the mind works, and just kind of give you a little background on it, because there's a lot of research that was done in this, and Dr. James Pennebaker did this research, and they found that oftentimes people that are being deceptive, or they're trying to, fluff over certain timelines or whatever, they default to 3. They found that often with police statements over and over and over again, that number 3 pops up every time. So that is a big question for me. Every time I see 3, I go, why did he say 31? Well, he first started at 17 to 31. So did he have I've been on a fishing boat many times, love to fish, and we do have those fish finders, and you wouldn't believe that, would you, Matt, that I was a fisher? I'm a fisherwoman. But anyway, 31 feet. How did they know that? Did they have the apparatus or the machine that was on their boat to be able to say, where they were and how deep they were? So these are all these questions. So, but to kind of crystallize everything, the number 3 is going to be a question for me. Why did he say that? He changed it from 17 to 31. Did somebody else in the background say, no, it's 31 and you thought it was 17? We need to clarify that. There was urgency, but it wasn't panic. That was in his voice. Yes, they were slurred. But the other thing is, at the very end, he had asked about a Coast Guard, and then he had asked the question. He didn't understand it. So did he not hear the question, or was that what we call repeated assertion? So there's this, we always look for when somebody asks a question, and then do they repeat it? It's kind of buying time. So these are the questions I'm going to want to be asking.
Initially, it sounds like he didn't need help, didn't want the Coast Guard called. Everyone was okay on board. But then again, it's a longer call. It does sound a little chaotic. People, other outlets are describing it as, quote, frantic. I didn't hear frantic.
No, it was not frantic. That is not frantic. In fact, you would have heard the voice pitch. Frantic is your voice will pitch, not lower. His was higher in volume, but it wasn't a shrill or a pitch. That's when someone becomes frantic, like, oh my God, your voice will pitch higher, become more frantic. So you've got tone, pitch, and volume. The volume was louder, the tone was a little stronger, but the pitch was not higher.
Because he sounded drunk and annoyed. Yeah. There's one final clip that I want to get your take on. Again, this is from the same podcast with Brandon Tatum. And this is basically of this Warren Hudson talking about the reason why he didn't go to the funeral. So let me play that.
Would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, for own personal reasons, I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats. And, for my own safety, I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk. It breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything because obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends. But I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats with people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because, I got to put my own safety first. And even if that means, missing my friend's funeral, I mean, it's horrible and I wish I could have been there, but that's what's been going on,
So what's your take on that?
So when there is a true situation, emotion always happens at the end. Okay. So if I would take in that piece and I could underline every emotion word out of it, and it was consistent all the way through. It breaks my heart. It was horrible. He really wanted to be there, right? So, and it really bothered him that he couldn't, and I'm paraphrasing. It was something that he was really upset about, but then he explains why. He explains, which was plausible. I've been getting a lot of death threats. And then you have to think about, well, is that true? Or is he just saying that? Is it plausible that he did get a lot of death threats? And only would you know is if you looked at the emails, the phone calls, and text messages, whether he did or not. I believe that he did get a lot of death threats. I do think that he wanted to be there, but he couldn't. He had to make the decision. I want to go there. It's horrible. This is his best friend. And it breaks his heart. I mean, people that are innocent don't use those words. They just don't. They can't connect with the emotion. They just don't. There is a disconnect. There is a coldness or coolness, or they skip over it and they can't really speak to it. But multiple times he said it. So I believe him. I think that what he said was absolutely 100% truthful.
All right. Well, I certainly appreciate your thoughts on this story and your analysis. You know what? You have a big book coming out. Tell us about it.
Yes, How to Spot a Liar in 7 Seconds or Less is coming up. And it's coming out on February the 16th, but you guys can pre-order it now and get, I think, for $19. So after that, it goes up to $30 on the 16th. But however, you're going to learn the method. The methodology is scientifically validated and vetted process, how to spot a liar in 7 seconds or less. No pseudoscience, no fake body language, just the real deal.
And I'll have all of the information in the links in my show notes below. Susan, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Again, this is a fast-moving case. Now, at the time of this recording, here's what TMZ was reporting about the distress call, who was on board at the time of that call, and new video.
This new video it shows the boat that Nolan's friends were on when they left the island. This is the boat that Nolan arrived at Horn Island on July 4th.
Same friends.
Same friends. Seven people, which is what we heard them describe on the call to the tow company. And they're all on the boat there. This is as they are trying to get it started.
And there's no Nolan in sight.
Right.
This is as they're leaving.
Yes.
As for Nolan Wells' family, they are still pleading for information and for answers.
This has been the most difficult time we have ever had. I want to tell you who Nolan was. Nolan was a God-fearing, God-loving child. He loved everyone. Today we are begging, because I'm not too proud to beg. We are begging, if anyone knows anything, his friends, strangers, please call the hotline, because we will not be able to rest until we get answers.
If anyone has any information in the case, please call Crime Stoppers or local police. I'll keep you updated on the case, so please hit the like and subscribe of this channel. In the meantime, take care of yourself, and I'll see you next time.
My guest is a former prosecutor and host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace, which streams new episodes weekdays on Fox 1. Please welcome for the first time to Straight Shooter, the one and only, Ms. Nancy Grace. How are you? How's everything, Nancy?
Thank you for inviting me. That's a very tough question, because all day long I investigate and analyze murder and mayhem. Very often, Mr. Smith, I have people ask, why don't you smile on TV?
Yeah, you can't.
Wouldn't that be odd for me to smile in the course of reporting on a dead young man or a missing child? So,
I totally
although I have great happiness in my life because of my twins.
I got you.
boy-girl twins I had 18 years ago.
Wow. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot of reason to be happy. No question about that. Let's get right to this case involving Nolan Wells. You've been all over this case right now. Just as a reminder to the audience, Wells was the 18-year-old college football player from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, who was on a boat July 4th with a group of friends and traveled by private boat to Horn Island, an uninhabited barrier island off the Mississippi coast. Wells was the only black person, so reported, on the boat. When the friends returned to the mainland, Nolan was the only one who did not make it back. Talk to me about this story, Nancy, and what do you make of it at this particular moment in time?
I think that it is very murky, and I do not understand, Stephen, the demands on all platforms for the investigation to be shut down. Is it possible Nolan Wells died by accident? Yes, it's possible. Is it possible that there was foul play? Yes, that is possible. And I don't believe the investigation should be shut down until we know the answer to that. I have 2 children, both the age of Nolan Wells. I would be lying on the courthouse steps screaming for justice if the investigation into a death related to them was shut down before I had answers. So I don't understand where all the hate is coming from.
Who specifically is calling for the shutdown of the investigation? Just to educate my audience.
Well, go online. There's any number of people, thousands of people that think that, quote, this was an accidental drowning. Why are you doing this? You're a race baiter. You're fill in the blank. Mm-hmm. This has nothing to do with what color his skin was. This has to do with an unanswered question. During my prosecutorial career, I very often was the only white person in the courtroom. That has nothing to do with Lady Justice. What Lady Justice wants, what justice demands, is a full and fair investigation. And I'm also not saying that's not going on, because my boss, Lewis Slayton, the longest serving elected district attorney at that time, I think, Stephen, it was 37 years, was like a grandfather to me. He was very strict, no one to speak to the press. It could ruin the case. I always had the same answer when asked. I believe a Fulton County jury will render a verdict that speaks the truth. Because I did believe that. We are not owed an explanation from law enforcement as to what they are doing. However, there are a lot of questions, specifically, Stephen, regarding the autopsy. The initial autopsy has remained under seal. We don't know what the answer was. The family, understandably, sent Nolan's body hundreds of miles away for a second opinion. When that doctor got the body, the lungs and the throat were missing. Mm-hmm. I understand why the lungs were missing, because this could have been a drowning case. But why the throat? What was there about Nolan's throat that piqued the interest of the original medical examiner? That leads me to speculate. Was there bruising? Was the hyoid bone fractured? Was it broken? Was it dislodged? Is there possibly bruising on the strap muscles? Is it indicative of a blow? We know on the back of the head, that's your occipital bone on the back of your head, about where your hairline would start, that there is deep red discoloration under the subcutaneous tissue. What? Is it from a blow? Is it from diffusion of the blood post-mortem? I don't know. But none of it is good. So I need answers before any investigation is going to be shut down.
What do you make of those who have said, I remember Officer Tatum, a conservative podcaster, very popular, over 3 million subscribers. He's been on a warpath going down, talking to some of the people that were there with Nolan Wells, white individuals. He's saying that evidence is showing that they departed. When they departed, Nolan Wells was alive. And you know what? They may have had absolutely positively nothing to do with this. The evidence shows that. Is that your finding, that the evidence shows that the people being, with allegations being thrown in their direction, the suspicions that have been raised by these people that were in attendance with Nolan Wells, that they should be, they have been proven or found to not have been around even when he was still alive. Is your findings consistent with anything along that verbiage with what people are saying about these kids that were with him?
No, I don't know the answer to that. They say Nolan chose to stay behind because he met a girl he wanted to talk to named Katie. That girl has spoken through her sister, we are told. And she says Nolan told her, I'm going back with my friends. So who am I supposed to believe? I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is true. I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is false. I do know they called Ceto, S-E-A, second word T-O-W, and said that their vessel was sinking. But yet they continued boating around in it for hours after. Is there an innocent explanation? Maybe. Maybe they thought it was sinking, they found the problem, and they fixed it. Now, specters have been raised about audio suggesting Nolan had been on the boat on their return. I don't know if that was doctored. I don't know if it's real. I do know this. He went to Horn Island with them. They came back alive. He's dead. I'm going to investigate. You're darn right I'm going to investigate. And my wish is that his friends are innocent and that this was an accident. But it will be a cold day in HELL that I endorse closing down an investigation because somebody said I had nothing to do with that. What? Am I supposed to go, oh, okay, case closed, forget about it, and go tell the mom, we're shutting down the investigation because so-and-so said he had nothing to do with it.
Have you received any indication from law enforcement that that is their intent, that their desire is to close down this investigation? Have you received any indication like that at all?
No, and that emboldens me. That emboldens me because so far they haven't finalized this thing. As a matter of fact, the other day, a female journalist got a hold of law enforcement, the sheriff. He wouldn't answer any questions, which he should not have. And he stated that all questions were to be directed to the district attorney's office. I expect what they'll do is this, Stephen. I expect that they will call in a grand jury. A grand jury has two purposes. It can be a charging grand jury. I presented hundreds of cases to grand juries to get an indictment. It can also be an investigative arm. It can subpoena documents. It can call for witnesses. It can question them. It's an investigative, a fact-finding grand jury. They may do that, or they may be able to do it on their own without calling in a grand jury. But I believe that law enforcement will do the right thing. Much has been made of the fact that Crump, who is representing Nolan Wells' family, turned down a request, an offer to bring on scent dogs and cadaver dogs to the boat. Well, I've got to just swat that down right now. Crump, or the Wells family, doesn't have the authority to allow anybody on that boat. It's not their boat. I've also learned through the grapevine that the boat has been searched. I would like to get my hands on that GPS nav system. I would like to find out if cadaver dogs were brought onto the boat. I would like to get a hold of Katie and question her. And I would like to ask each one of the boys separately what happened. And I'd like to give them a polygraph. Is that so wrong? That's what I would be doing right now.
Nancy, I don't think it's wrong at all. And with those questions that you're asking, I think all of those are very poignant, very, very significant questions that need to be answered. What's the resistance to getting those answers? Is it law enforcement saying it's an ongoing investigation? You're not entitled to know things until we tell you to? Is it the family getting in the way? Is it the Wells family picking and choosing who they want to investigate matters, and they're interfering in their own way? What's this mess that seems to have been made of this case? Where does fault lie, if any at all, in your estimation, as to what's impeding progress in this investigation from taking fold?
Stephen, I believe a lot of people desire controversy. I think that there are people out there that want to spin it out for their own gain, be it fame, be it money. And I cannot relate to that. I'm a crime victim. I am a victim of violent crime. My fiance was murdered shortly before our wedding. It changed my life and my family's life forever. It even affects me now, how I raise my children every day. I can't lay fault at the family's feet. I can't do that. I think that hate, racial hate, is being stirred. The pot is being stirred, and people are coming out. I looked at my Twitter the other day. I wish I hadn't. With the worst slurs. They're not, usually people will try to hide it. They're putting it in writing. It's just anger and hate, and is boiled up in the form of this case. And I pray to God that we will get justice regardless, notwithstanding all the hate. I don't know where it's coming from. I can't identify with that. But I can tell you this, we're not letting go till we have an answer.
Your thoughts on the Wells family. Some people who wanted to point the finger at them, and I just find it to be wrong. I'm not looking at the family who lost their son or lost their sibling. I'm not looking at them. I'm not trying to look at them in any negative way. But there are people that have looked at Crump's presence. Civil rights attorney. Obviously, he's represented white clients as well as black clients in the past. The family brought him in. They brought up Al Sharpton eulogizing Nolan Wells at the funeral. They brought up these kind of things to say that, the family, if not the family, those connected to the family, are stoking these thoughts that you just articulated. That's a very, very big concern to you. What are your thoughts about that when the Crumps of the world, the Al Sharptons of the world, even though he just eulogized them at the funeral, he's not necessarily involved in the legal process. Their involvement in something like this, what does that do for or against the case in your estimation based on your experience reporting on these potential crimes, allegations involving such manner?
I don't care. I care about one thing. What happened to Nolan Wells? I don't care if Al Sharpton is stirring the pot. I don't care what people say, the rocks they throw, the slings and the arrows. Don't care. That does not dissuade me from finding out what happened. Now, sometimes people seek refuge. How do I know the family didn't know who to contact? How do I know Crump or Sharpton didn't contact them? And they said, yes, help me please. Maybe they thought an injustice was going down. I don't know why they chose Crump. I don't know why they chose Sharpton, but I can tell you this is not a Miss Congeniality contest. Nobody's going to get crowned Miss Sweet Potato at the end of this. Mm-hmm. Everyone will get hate mail. Everyone is going to get threats, and everybody will be disliked. But in the end, we may find out what happened to Nolan Wells. So go ahead, sling mud, attack Sharpton, attack Crump, attack me, attack the family, attack the boys that were out there that day. For all I know, they've all passed a polygraph. I don't know that, but I do know I don't have answers, and a young man the age of my son and my daughter is dead. That's all that matters. I don't care what Crump or Sharpton scream into a microphone. Irrelevant to me. I only care about the facts.
Let me be more specific. What I'm getting to is, does the presence of individuals like that, based on your experience, assist in expediting the process to get closer to the truth? That's what I'm wondering about specifically.
I think it does, and I'll tell you why. Whether you like Sharpton or you have to hold your nose, you don't like him, don't care. But guess what? Every TV was turned on this case because of Crump and Sharpton. You know how many cases I've investigated and nobody cares? Their names are forever lost. Nobody knows their names. Nobody cares. But because those two jumped on the bandwagon or hitched a ride on the bandwagon, I don't know which is true, now there is focus on the Nolan Wells case. And I say, fine.
Authorities have said they suspect drowning. How do you feel about authorities coming out without the investigation being completed? I'm thinking about your former boss, who was like a grandfather to you, that told you don't go to the media until it's absolutely necessary. Timing is everything, et cetera, et cetera. I'm looking at authorities coming out and saying they suspect drowning. I think that's a very presumptive statement to be coming out of their mouth, wouldn't you say?
I don't think there should have been any comment at all. If they had to say something, it should have been along the lines of, we are investigating the case to our fullest ability, and we are open to any information, any help that we can get, and we will find the truth, God willing. I think that's what I would have said if I said anything at all. Maybe they did suspect drowning at the beginning, but they should have kept their pie holes shut, because we don't know that it was drowning. Now, the fact that the first ME took the lungs suggests to me that there may have been water in the lungs. That doesn't mean foul play was not involved. How do I know he wasn't hit on the head and thrown over the side? Do I think that's what happened? I don't think anything one way or the other until I have the facts. His friends could be completely innocent, or they may know more than they're telling. We have to find that out.
And the only way to do it is by applying pressure. And in my estimation, the authorities being a bit presumptuous and ahead of the curve and saying they suspect drowning and articulating that, it's almost like their wish was to aim you in a different direction, and the direction towards innocent for these boys. Because why would authorities come out so quickly and just say such a thing? That's just my thinking. But I'll ask you this as well. Your thoughts real quickly about the independent autopsy compared to the original autopsy. Your thoughts about that, if any at all.
Oh, I've got plenty of thoughts, Stephen Smith. Plenty of thoughts. First of all, they both are inconclusive. I don't have the first result, so I don't know. The second one is deemed inconclusive. Why? Because the second examiner does not have the throat or the lungs. So a full investigation, an autopsy cannot be completed, because this is what they've got to do, and I've seen them do it. I told you about the red subcutaneous markings under the occipital bone.
Yes.
All right. Now, how do I know that's not from a blow to the head? Okay. How do I know that's not from an accident? We are being told today Nolan was drinking heavily. Okay. Even somebody drunk can be a homicide victim. Even somebody drunk can be a victim of an accident. That means nothing to me. Everybody out there was drinking. So what, I'm going to be angry because the victim was drinking? Again, this is not a personality contest. It's not a moral test about his character. Bottom line, I need more evidence, because that bruising or hemorrhaging or reddening under the occipital, I got to figure out, it's from a blow. Is it from a fall? Is it diffusion? Now, go with me on this. When someone passes away,
okay,
and they're in a specific position, the blood pools. It's called lividity. The blood goes down. Like if I die on my back, my blood will go to the back of my head, my back, my rear end, the back of my legs. You turn me over, it'll go to my front. So, is that pooling of the blood? I got into a full-on argument with a very esteemed medical examiner because he suggested it was pooling of the blood. Then why wasn't it anywhere else? Why wasn't there pooling on his back, on the back of his shoulders, his neck? Why is it just pooling here? So I've got a problem with that theory. Here's a problem with my problem. It's very complicated, Stephen. The neck, if it was injured, is very diffuse with blood. The blood from the jugular and the carotid arteries could diffuse post-mortem and gather there. So what they've got to do is get that tissue, the tissue from Nolan Wells's occipital bone around it. And they've got to look under a microscope and figure out, is this a result of a bruise, or is this diffusion of blood or something else? See, it's very complicated and very minute. So we need more evidence, is what I'm saying.
I think it's very complicated for the average person out there. I don't think it's that complicated for you. I don't think it's that complicated for a medical examiner if you have his body and you
Right.
have that, you look at it and you can see what it is. To me, it just seems some resistance, I don't know from whom, to make sure that becomes public knowledge. I think that's where I think that's where the challenge lies, not in figuring it out. I think the challenge lies in us getting them to articulate what they figured out, Nancy. That's where I'm at with it.
Now, you're saying what they figured out, because I don't think the second examiner has figured out anything, because he doesn't
Right.
have the lungs or the throat. to
I'm
look
talking
at.
about
I
the
need
first
to see that
examiner.
highway bone.
I'm talking about the first examiner.
Okay, yeah. There's one holdout on that I could see justifying the delay, and that's waiting on toxicology. Were
Okay.
drugs involved? Because what if, and I have no evidence of this,
Right.
what if he had used drugs, fell in the water, and drowned?
But they
Well,
didn't tell
we'll
you
know
that,
from
Nancy.
toxicology.
They didn't tell you
Again,
anything about the
if he
to-
did use drugs, he could still be a victim.
But they didn't tell you. I'm saying the average person out here, they didn't even tell you about You couldn't say we're waiting for the toxicology report. I mean, if you could sit up there and say we suspect
You're right.
drowning, couldn't you have said we're waiting for the toxicology report? You didn't hear them say that, did you?
Yes, you could. I have not heard that, and you're very correct. That could be released is pending toxicology or anything. Just tell me something. But we're getting nothing. And again, it's not their duty to tell us anything. So before I assign wrongdoing to the medical examiner or anyone else, we need more facts. But I find it very disturbing. They all go out, and he's the only one that doesn't make it back. The
Right.
girl says he left with them. They say he stayed with the girl. And there were hundreds of people out on Horn Island. Nobody saw him.
Nobody.
I find that very hard to believe. And think about the last person that left. What, they left him there? I don't believe that.
And he
Stephen.
left, and he let them leave, even though his cell phone was on the boat.
His phone.
Okay. His phone, rather. His phone was on the boat or whatever, which brings me to this question, because there were some questions about these conflicting stories coming out in the case of him staying behind to talk to a girl, a cell phone date, and inconsistencies between Life 360 and Snapchat locations. Talk about that for a quick second before I let you get on out of here, Nancy.
I certainly will. I've consulted with digital forensics experts, and they say that there can be a difference between Snapchat location and Life 360 location and your iPhone, Find My iPhone location.
Yes.
So we have to make these things jive, and we may learn something nefarious or not. Now, we're also being told that there was no cell coverage there. I don't believe that, because the young man out on the boat called Cito, and I could hear him just fine. So there was cell. So the mom was concerned. She didn't see any Snapchat or anything going on during this certain period of time. So we have to, and you can look, Stephen, even if you delete and you delete it from deleted and it's not stored in the cloud, can still find out if something was deleted, because it leaves a trail. Everything you do on your phone leaves a trail. Even if it's totally deleted and deleted from the cloud, you still leave a trail of your actions. But just human nature, I know my children. My son is a fisher. He would take his phone with him. He would leave it on the boat if he got into the water, but he would not let a boat leave with his phone. That would not happen. I'm just telling you that.
All of this is just heightened my level of suspicion, to be quite honest with you. And the fact that you've said all the things that you've said here in this interview, Nancy, has made me even more suspicious than I was before I started the interview, because I didn't know a lot of the details that you were kind enough to provide to myself and my audience. So I thank you for that. Hopefully this case, hopefully we'll reach a resolution with this case much, much sooner than later. I'm concerned.
I'm praying it was an accident.
I'm praying it was an accident.
We can't bring Nolan back.
That's
we
right.
can find the truth. The best outcome would be there was no ill intent.
Yeah.
That is my prayer.
Absolutely. Let me move on to this case quickly before I let you go, involving Brian Kohlberger. The case of Kohlberger is back in the news. He's the man convicted of killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, who now wants to take back his guilty plea and go to trial. Speak about that and somebody taking back a guilty plea and how that works for them.
As I like to say, be careful what you wish, my dear, for you will surely get it. You know what? Fine. If I were the state, I would run back into that courtroom right now and say, you're on, Koberger. Let's try this thing. I can just tell you, it's a technical legal term. The first prosecutor had no balls. I don't know if you're familiar with Latin or not. Okay. That case should have gone to trial. If there ever was a death penalty case, it's Brian Koberger to attack young girls in their sleep and stab them ruthlessly. Kelly Gonsalves's teeth were stabbed out of her mouth. And this guy is sitting behind bars and I'm feeding him with my tax dollars. Guess what he said? And I've read it very carefully. I've got it right here. His petition, he wants a trial. He says he was misled about what prison would be like. Really? Jail ain't what it's cracked up to be? Boo.
Those were his words?
Don't
Those were his
care.
words? Misled about what prison would be like?
He was misled by his lawyers about life behind bars. He thought he was going to have, quote, job opportunities. Well, he said bye-bye to all that when he committed quadruple murder. And I'm finding out a lot more. I just spoke with Kelly Gonsalves's parents, Christy and Steve. There are reams and reams of evidence. And I can tell you this, that DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is irrefutable. Irrefutable. So please give him what he asked for. Give him a trial. But this time, take it to trial and seek the DP.
But hold on. That's where I was going, because the guilty plea that he originally instituted, he originally, provided, what he was saying is he knew he was going to jail. I'm assuming it's for the rest of his natural life since he killed 4 people. Okay. But it wasn't the death penalty. You're saying that now that he wants to take the guilty plea off the table and wants to go to trial, you're saying go for it because it's an opportunity to give him the death penalty, which the guilty plea would not have given him, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And I don't care if you're pro or against the death penalty.
I'm for it.
By doing what he's doing right now, he's setting himself up for the death penalty. And I don't know what the prosecutor was thinking of, promising at the time of the guilty plea that there would be no appeals. That's not the law. I mean, I'm going to throw a U.S. Supreme Court case at you, and I just looked it up again to make sure it hadn't been reversed. Garza v. Idaho, that jurisdiction, you always have your Sixth Amendment right to appeal. The Sixth Amendment covers a fair trial, the right to call witnesses, the right to cross-examine witnesses, to have a lawyer appointed to you if you cannot afford one. It's been interpreted by case law, but that's the Sixth Amendment. You never give away your Sixth Amendment rights to fairness with your lawyer, ever. Even if you enter a guilty plea can be rescinded if it's shown you had ineffective assistance of counsel, if new evidence arises, if innocence can be proclaimed legitimately. There's a handful of reasons a plea can be reversed. If he's claiming his lawyers misled him and his word fabricated facts, fine. Give him a new trial, Judge. Don't be weak. Give the man what he wants.
I just want to make sure before I end this discussion, Nancy, that we're correct in what we disseminate to my audience. Brian Koberger withdrew his guilty plea because he's saying he was misled by his lawyers who essentially fabricated what prison would be like, and he thought in prison he would have job opportunities. That is why this man is pulling back his reneging on his guilty plea, and he is saying he now wants to go to trial.
Part of the reason. I've got it right here.
Okay. What's the other part?
He claims that, quote, my actual innocence is my truth. Now, first of all, right there, you got my hair on the back of my neck up. My truth. Why do people say that? My truth. Is there more than one truth? Is your truth different from what the prosecutor said in court? My truth is my actual innocence, and the plea is hinged on false promises and disinformation. He called the New York Times and was going on and on and on about how he was misled. He says there is evidence that someone else did it. He's going with the sod defense. Some other dude did it. And he says there is a, quote, clump of hair and insinuates it belonged to somebody else. That's not what there was. On Ethan, one of the dead victims' hand, and this is according to what Mr. and Ms. Gonsalves told me today before I joined you, his arm had fallen down in death and it was covered in blood, and a hair, maybe on the floor, maybe on the bed, got in the blood and stuck on the hand as his body was transported to the morgue. That's the hair. You know what, Koberger? Have fun with that. All I know is that your DNA, Koberger, 1 in 5+ octillion to 1, that is anybody else's but yours, was on the hilt of the murder weapon. And he ordered the darn thing on Amazon. Note to self, don't order the murder weapon on Amazon on your account. It goes on and on and on, the evidence proving guilt. So I want him to get what he wants. I want him to have a trial.
Just as a point of reference to everybody out there who may not know, 27 states in the United States of America currently authorize the death penalty, including Texas, Florida, state of Alabama. The other 23 states have abolished the practice. Obviously, in Idaho, the death penalty still exists, and that is what Nancy Grace is hopeful for when it comes to this particular individual, Brian Kohlberger, for the murder of 4 students in Idaho. I want to make sure that I'm clear about that, Nancy. Thank you so much for your time. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much for the work that you have done over the years and that you continue to do. And please know you are always welcomed on this show with me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
You take care. The one and only Nancy Grace, right here, Straight Shooter with yours truly.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Hot Topics, the Don Lemon Show. Like and thumbs up. It affects the algorithm. More people become aware of our channel and our conversation. We're going to get right to it this morning. We have breaking news, developments.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? The Nolan Wells case continues to generate national attention as new evidence, interviews, and legal developments emerge. Joining me is attorney Dennis Sperling to break down the legal issues and what they could mean for the investigation going forward. That a good man is Dennis Sperling.
What's up, Willie?
Hey, man.
Hey, man, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Let me tell you, and I'm going to say this off top, man. You have
don't smell right, and that shit don't smell right. Talking about you gon' sue, talking about you gon' sue.
I like when people act like they got a pair of balls. You know what I mean? Cause this dude running around talking about he gonna sue for some shit that we think he did. Fuck you. We still gonna say you did it. They said, oh,
Hell no! We the people won't go until we know what the hell happened to no. So damn you sue. You got a lot of people to sue. Everybody talking. I didn't say it was you. Now the phones keep ringing, same names in the room. Screenshots piling up by noon. You can dodge the post, you can dodge the call, but you can't hide when everybody saw. If it ain't you, then say it clear. If it is, then why you still here? But why that dude bring your name up in that interview? And we all heard that call. So one of y'all best talk. The Most High said you ain't getting away. So if it's something to say, you best just start talking. Well, whoop. Well, here we on that edge.
okay. Fuck was that?
Hello and welcome to Legal View with Michael Ayala. Thank you so much for joining me today. I just wanted to jump on and get some information out to you. So much happening in the news today. First and foremost, just want to touch on this idea that Brian Koberger did an interview with the New York Times and proclaimed his absolute innocence, says he's not guilty of the crime, wants to vacate his plea at this point, says he was given disinformation and he wouldn't have taken the plea if he had known all of the information. I'm not going to go into that today. Judge Ashley Wilcott and I are going to address that whole thing and take you through all the legalities and legal framework having to do with his decision to, or his apparent or stated decision to get rid of that plea. Not an easy thing. Good luck, Mr. Koberger, because remember, he was convicted in the deaths of those four co-eds in Idaho. 4 life sentences, and he took that deal in order to take the death penalty off the table. And he was asked in court, do you understand what you're doing? Yes, sir. Did anybody coerce you into doing this? No, sir. He's asked a series of questions that are meant to protect against this kind of thing. And also, when you do a plea deal, you waive your right to appeal. So as far as appeals are concerned, he doesn't have that route. There are things called post-conviction relief that he can go after. But this is a steep, steep hill to climb, and we'll take you through that tomorrow on In Session with Judge Ashley Wilcott and Michael Ayala. Today, I wanted to talk about that video. It's just so intriguing, making its way around the internet involving the Nolan Wells case. An audio engineer allegedly got a hold of that 911 tape from a call made by the boys on the day, July 4th, calling for a tow. They called the C-Tow company, but apparently some law enforcement folks got involved, and that's who this tape belonged to. And they needed a tow because the boat was taking on water. So it was an emergency call. Hey, can you come get us? What's interesting about that call is if you listen to it just normally, that's all you hear. You hear the young man asking for a tow, the dispatcher asking questions, trying to figure out how they can get this done. But apparently an audio engineer claims to have split the tracks, cleared up one of the tracks, and really cleared up what you can hear in the background. I'm not an audio engineer. I make no claim as to whether you can even do that. Everything I've read and heard suggests that is absolutely possible, but there are limitations to it. There are things that happen when you mess around with the frequencies and split tracks and et cetera, that it can make words sound like things that they're actually not. So I make no claim to the accuracy of what this person is claiming, to the skills of the audio engineer who did this, but it raises some very serious questions, and I want to talk about that today. But first, let me play the audio for you. Take a listen.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut the fuck up!
Sorry about that. Okay, so let me put up what you can hear. It wasn't terribly clear, so I apologize for that. But I do have here, this was transcribed from that video. Apparently, this is what this person felt they heard. I heard some of this. I can't say I heard all of it, but certainly I heard some of it. It says, can we cover it up? Yeah, I thought all about that. And again, we're not sure exactly who's saying these things. You can hear maybe some are female voices clearly, others are male voices. They haven't put names to those things. You killed him. He's already dead. Is he dead? Yeah. Somebody yells, Nolan. Oh my God, you can hear that. You'd even heard that in the tape that I played for you. And someone says, Nolan, wake up. Something inaudible. Then somebody yells, Wyatt. Then someone's yelling, wake up, get TF up. Okay, Bart, Nono's really dead now. That is chilling. That is incredibly chilling. If that's what you're actually hearing on this tape, that is chilling. That is incredibly damning. Where are we in this investigation? If that's in fact on the tape, one has to wonder if this investigation has uncovered this at this point. And there are some serious implications for this information making it out into the public. Apparently, it made its way into the public because of a Freedom of Information Act request by a local news station, NBC, locally there, put in a request. Whenever there's public records, things like 911 calls, a number of different things, the public has a right to know those things. Those are, in fact, public records. TV stations, individuals, they can put in what they call a Freedom of Information Act request. And there are people specifically assigned with this duty to handle those requests. And you can ask for that information. And apparently that's how this information was released. So it slipped through the cracks. And here it is, it's out there. And internet sleuths are something else. And again, I don't know how accurate this is, but there's clearly two tracks. And this takes me back to this prosecution. At this point, and I want to play some sound for you from Angela Myers from the other day. I've got a couple of things that I want to play for you. Take a listen.
I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly. In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice a proceeding, or compromise the fairness of the legal process.
Now, those are all noble purposes. No question about it. And she's absolutely right. She's talking about what the statutory construction in Mississippi says she should not do. But it is not a blanket mandate that she can't. There are things she can release. There are things she can say that will not have that effect. It will not affect the integrity of the investigation, prejudice witnesses, prejudice folks who might be suspects in the case. Now, in this instance, for instance, one of the things that they can do, DAs, investigators, is they can make statements to counter false information in the public. This particular tape has been out now for maybe 2 days. I think today, late last night, was the first time I really heard the audio engineer. She had posted something, I believe it's a female, posted something last night saying she was working on it and she'd have something shortly. I saw it this morning. What the prosecutor can do under the statutory construction in Mississippi is correct misinformation. This is so devastating. This is the perfect example when you want to come out and say something if you know that a mistake has been made. If a mistake hasn't been made, how are people supposed to have confidence in what you're doing if they're hearing things that suggest people in the case have lied, which, if in fact what we're hearing is what is actually on that tape, well, then the witnesses have lied. They say they left Nolan Wells at the hour and left without him. According to this tape, if you believe what you hear, and if it's reliable, and I want to keep
Nolan's
putting
on
that
that
caveat
boat.
out there,
He was
he's
on the
that
boat. He was on the boat.
and something's wrong with it. People are wondering if he's dead. Don't know what happened to him. Don't know how we got into that situation. But if it is, that is the situation, then the people lied. We've seen so many cases where you may not have evidence that someone did something, but something happened. So you got to start putting pressure on people. You got to bring them in. You got to charge them. This is a perfect example where you use lying to the police as a charge to put pressure on people to tell what really happened. Now, we know the FBI has been involved in this. They certainly have the capabilities. Mississippi State investigators are involved in this. They certainly have the capabilities to do this. Would they, or did they even think about doing it? And again, this goes back to what we've been talking about in terms of the seriousness of this investigation. The questions, how deep are you going? Are you getting subpoenas for all of their phones? Are you checking all kinds of social media? In her statement, she does say that FBI, local authorities, state authorities are working around the clock on the case. What are they doing? And I'm glad to hear that, because that's what this case requires. That's what this family requires. That's what this family deserves. But you have to ask the question, what good is it if from the beginning it wasn't treated this way? We've had this issue from the very beginning, and what caused a lot of the issues we're seeing with the Nolan Wells case is this idea that the local investigators, when they first found the body, within a couple of hours had basically made the claim that it was an accidental drowning and that there was no signs of foul play. Okay, fair enough, no signs of foul play. But within that 2-hour period, what happened? What physical evidence was collected? Did you treat it as if something had happened? A young man washing up on shore should cause red flags to go up. Just calling it an accidental drowning raised a lot of flags for people, saying that maybe this case, because of the racial dynamics, might not get the attention it deserves. And certainly when you see local investigators saying right off the bat that this was an accidental drowning, you got to ask questions. Because who made that determination? Did you get an ME down there or someone from the ME's office to look at the situation, do an evaluation, and determine that within 2 hours? Did you do your post-mortem investigation as the law requires in order to make that determination within those 2 hours? It seems unlikely. Public trust is eroded. And that's what sparked a lot of these problems. And if you miss that opportunity, if you're not treating it as something suspicious, protocols say you have to protect the scene, protect the body, collect evidence from the body, collect evidence from the scene. And it lays out some specific evidence, but also just a general sort of investigative workup on the body. Get under the fingernails, you get some blood, you get You do a temperature, you do all kinds of things, and you scour the area for any kind of evidence. And you quickly do your interviews surrounding it, and then you get to the boat, you get other places, and you collect evidence from there as well. So if that's not done properly, what difference does it make if they're working 24 hours a day now? Right? Because the most important part of the investigation was not done the way it was supposed to be done. So it helps, and it's a good thing that they're working as hard as they are. But the fact that we don't know that initial investigation, how diligent they were at that point, could certainly affect the outcome of this case. And I've said many times, I've told you, presenting cases to the grand jury is only as good as the information you have and the information that's presented by the prosecutor. You can indict a ham sandwich in a grand jury. That's the popular saying. And you cannot indict one. You can choose what you present. It's a secret proceeding. And those transcripts, etc., those are secret. You're not going to know what went down. And that might be one of the reasons that they decide to take cases to the grand jury. Here's something she said during that statement she made last week about the grand jury, which I found surprising.
Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that.
That's interesting. That is not something that happens in most jurisdictions around this country. Now, what would be the reason for that? Why would she decide that that was the route to go? Because that is not a legal mandate. That's not something that's mandated by law in Mississippi. That is a policy within that county DA's office. It's a lot of resources. There could be a lot of reasons cases don't get taken to the grand jury. No reason to think there's criminal activity. Usually you'll have your investigators go out if you think, it needs to be investigated. And if they come back with enough information, you make the assessment as the district attorney and say, I'm going to take this to the grand jury because I think there might have been a crime committed here. And I have evidence of a crime and evidence of someone who might have committed that crime. That's when you take it to the grand jury. Do you have, in fact, that probable cause to then charge that specific person? Now, I get it. There's reasons, right? If you invoke the grand jury, which is what they do apparently to every case, there are powers that go along with that can be helpful in an investigation automatically. And these were questions I had earlier about not classifying the death as suspicious or criminal investigation under Mississippi law. That kicks in some of these powers. But apparently they don't need to do that because every case is going to the grand jury, so these powers kick in anyway. So that, again, good news. Good news, because I was wondering, are they using subpoena power? Because if it's not being considered suspicious, statutory construction in Mississippi doesn't necessarily allow for subpoena power and things of that nature, which is what you need in an investigation like this. So subpoena power automatically kicks in. The secrecy aspect kicks in. It's important for them, right? The investigative flexibility. And the other thing that it gives them is the appearance of neutrality. Prosecutors like, in certain situations, to have the option of taking it to the grand jury and letting the citizens of the community decide. So then it can't come back on them politically that they were the ones that decided not to press charges in this case. No, we took it to the grand jury, folks. The grand jury was the one that looked at this and said there wasn't enough evidence to bring charges. So will this prosecutor take to the microphone again? Because this is explosive. And there's a lot of people, Nancy Grace, for instance, who are on this case now, who jumped all over this tape. And everyone's got the caveat, we don't know how accurate it is. And again, as I say, frequency modulation and all that stuff, from what I read, I am not an expert by any sense of the word in terms of audio, could affect how words are heard and what you actually hear or what's actually said can differ. But if they've done these testing and if they found that this is an error, would this not be the time to get in front of a microphone and say, that information is incorrect. You don't need to tell us what the correct information is if you don't want to. But what you're hearing is incorrect. We've done what was done. We've got our experts on it. And we've come to a different conclusion as to what's on that tape. Again, I'm not sure that will quell the public at this point because it's kind of late. But they need to get out in front of this stuff. So in conclusion, I think it's time for prosecutors' offices to start rethinking, especially in these jurisdictions, the further south you get, they're used to this power and control over these processes. And just like Judge Roach thought he could in the Carmelo Anthony case, control it, didn't feel the need to feed the beast. I'm going to control the information because the only thing is when it goes out there, it's just going to be misinterpreted anyway. In this case, we're not going to release any information. We want to protect the integrity of the prosecution. Not so sure that's the right way to go. But I think they need to start rethinking that, especially in these high-profile cases. And as far as this audio tape goes, it remains a bit of a mystery. It is incredibly damning. I know my heart skipped a beat when I heard this. If it is what it appears to be, whoa. There's a lot of people who are going to face some very serious situations. Are there going to be charges brought for lying to police? Because the statements that at least we understand were given did not include Nolan ever being on that boat. Will this result in some form of charges regarding what happened to Nolan Wells? Did the body actually show some form of reason for his death? Did the toxicology, I don't know if it's back yet, but did it show maybe it was a result of a drug that might have been given to him or he took himself? Highly questionable based on what we're hearing from the father. He was set to go off and begin training and was not drinking or doing drugs at that point. Don't even know if he did drugs on a regular basis anyway. Did something happen to him? Is that red mark on the back of his head indicative of something? Accident? Did he fall and hit his head with a pushing and shoving match? Did something happen to his throat? The throat was held back for the second autopsy. Did they find something there? Is that why they held on to it? They were continuing their investigation. They were continuing to look at it. That would have been protocol. At least that's according to the medical examiner in DC who did the second private autopsy, said it's not uncommon. If you want to take a second look at something or continue to look at something that might contain information that could be useful in determining cause of death, you hold on to it. It certainly prevented the second autopsy from coming to any conclusions if you don't have the lungs and stomach and the throat. Sending over the body in that position, it's like, what's the point? Doesn't feel transparent because you've guaranteed by holding back certain things that that second autopsy was going to be inconclusive. You don't want them to jump the gun? Well, you let them know. Don't jump the gun. If you get information, you're going to hold it until we agree when we release this information that's in the best interest of justice. I don't know. It all remains a mystery. Very, very, very disturbing mystery. An awful, awful tragedy that happened. People are invoking race. People are invoking secrecy. We just want to know what happened. And the sooner we can find out what happened, the sooner we can get information, I think the sooner the speculation will die down and people will move on to another story. But we'll have to wait and see. I want to thank you so much for joining me here on Legal View. Don't forget, tomorrow I'm going to have In Session with Judge Ashley Wilcott. We'll be releasing that later in the day. We're going to be covering the Lindsay Clancy case that's going on in Massachusetts. A woman is charged with the murder of her 3 children. They say she did it because she's just an evil mother. She claims insanity. Really interesting legal framework for insanity in Massachusetts. So Judge and I will talk about that. We're going to talk a little bit about this case and this situation with this tape, kind of dig into that a little bit more, get a little deeper into the legal framework, because again, that's what we do. We try to differentiate ourselves from folks out there. We're not about throwing breaking news out there or shock value. We're about giving you the legal framework and to understand what's going on, try to help you understand why it's happening and what's going to happen next and what it all kind of means within that legal framework. And then we'll get deep into that Brian Koberger situation. We'll tell you all about what he's claiming there and what he's facing going forward if he wants to get that guilty plea to those 4 murders vacated and end up basically going to trial, because if in fact he does that, he's not getting another plea. He's going to trial and the death penalty will be on the table. And trust me, it's not coming off the table. So he better be careful what he wishes for under these circumstances. The evidence we saw in that preliminary hearing seemed pretty damning, although I will say, we've said it all along, it was very circumstantial. They didn't have anything specific forensically to link him, but they had eyewitnesses who gave descriptions. I won't go into it here, but Judge and I are going to dig into that tomorrow. So be sure to join us on In Session tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me here on Legal View today. And please like, subscribe. And if you have the opportunity, love to get your paid subscription, because again, love bringing this to you, but it's not easy and it's not free. All right. Have a great day.
I'm Dr. Judy Malinek. I'm a board-certified forensic pathologist, and I just watched the Nolan Wells press conference, and I wanted to share some context for everyone. Being able to definitively state the cause of death after a body has not been found for several days and has been subsequently autopsied twice with signs of decomposition is incredibly, incredibly unlikely. Drowning is what's called a diagnosis of exclusion, which means that when you've got a fresh body, you want to be able to look at the body and see if there's any other causes of death for that body that is found in water that exclude the death being exclusively a drowning. So for example, if someone is shot and then thrown in the water, you'll have that gunshot and they'll be bleeding and the gunshot will be the cause of death, and the thrown in the water is not the cause of death. It's not even on the death certificate. If a person is strangled and they die from strangulation and then their dead body is thrown in the water, their body will take on water, but the cause of death is going to be strangulation, not drowning. Also for any kind of traumatic injuries. Now we got to talk about natural death for a second. If someone has a heart attack while they are swimming, and because they're having the heart attack as they're exercising in the water and they take on water and they drown, the cause of death is actually drowning, and the heart attack is listed on the death certificate under other significant conditions contributing to death. So even though the heart attack might have killed them on dry land, it might not have. Most certainly they wouldn't have drowned on dry land. So we defer to the hostile environment, which is the water, to call it a drowning. Now, identifying natural disease and identifying trauma is relatively easy in a fresh body. It can be very difficult in a decomposed body. His body was found 2 days after he disappeared, and this second autopsy done by Dr. Roger Mitchell wasn't until 4 days later. So we're dealing with quite a bit of decomposition, even if the body was refrigerated during that time. And then we have this other issue of the fact that not all the results are back. The toxicology would have been done on the fluids from the body from the first autopsy. From the second autopsy, you're going to have a lot higher alcohol levels from the decomposition caused by bacteria, not caused by drinking. So again, it's the fluid and blood from the first autopsy that really matter. And the other thing you have to consider, and there's one other important piece of information from that press conference, which is that the neck block, the portion of the neck from the front end, was missing. So Dr. Mitchell did not have a chance to examine that part of Nolan Wells' anatomy. Why is that important? Because if somebody is strangled, especially manual strangulation, the injuries are going to be to the front of the neck. There may be some redness at the back of the neck as well if injury comes from behind, but generally this part of the neck doesn't have the major blood vessels and the airway. It's the front of the neck that does. So compression or damage to the front of the airway, that's going to be found in the neck block that is still sitting at the medical examiner's office, that was not released with the body. So you may ask, is this common practice for pathologists to keep a portion of the anatomy with them at the medical examiner's office and not release it to the family? And the answer is yes. We will sometimes retain important specimens that have pathology in a jar under formaldehyde at the medical examiner's office for further examination or as evidence. And the absence of that neck block is really important because we still don't have information from the first autopsy that has not been released yet. So we don't know if it was kept out of an abundance of caution, meaning that it didn't have any findings and it was negative, or it was kept because it has findings, because there's a broken hyoid bone, or because there's hemorrhage in the strap muscles. Until we get that first autopsy report, we don't know why it's been retained. So why should anybody do a second autopsy? A second autopsy is often done in cases where there is a high-profile case such as this, or there is concern from the family for foul play, and they're just not getting answers from the medical examiner's office because the medical examiner's office is still doing their investigation and is keeping things under wraps, because if there is foul play, they have the evidence, they have the physical evidence that might be able to trap the killer, and they don't want to release that to the public. Even if there is no evidence of foul play, just the lack of evidence is evidence and is important information that might affect how people are interrogated, whether they're going to tell the truth or not the truth about what happened to him. You have to understand that the medical examiner's autopsy is legally mandated, and it is ultimately the most independent autopsy because it's not beholden to the family, it's not beholden to the prosecutor, to the police, to anybody else. It's an independent agency. So that is an independent autopsy, but it takes time. And it takes time until we get all the information back, including the toxicology report. And to answer the question, if somebody's intoxicated and they drown as a result of their intoxication, meaning that they're just, too intoxicated to be able to swim adequately, the cause of death would still be a drowning, but the intoxication would be considered a significant contributing condition. But because of what I said about alcohol forming from bacteria after death, if the body is decomposed, you have to subtract some of that alcohol because it may have been caused by bacteria and may not have been a sign of intoxication. And you can have up to a 0.20 gram percent. So 0.08 is above the legal limit in most states for driving, but you can get up to 0.20 in a massively decomposed body. So it really throws you off when you have decomposition and alcohol to try to figure out whether there was alcohol on board or whether all of it's just been made by bacteria. So I hope that this answers some questions about what I saw in the press conference, what other people saw as well.
1 2 1 2. Y'all already know my motto, man. I'm just glad that today is not Monday. Monday is the worst, first day of the week. Always seem to feel I never get enough sleep. Tuesday's the one day, feels like a Sunday, and if it wasn't for Monday, I wouldn't even notice. Wednesday's the hump day, get you out the slump day. Thursday's the day before that bread, so you come day. Yo, we went hard today, but I'm gonna have to see y'all a little bit later, cause I gotta go, man. I got a plate of hot food on the table. I'm ready to dig in and boss it down. So what you know is what you know, and what you don't care about, let it slide. It's your boy Dabrand on Nose, and I'm out. Peace out, baby boy. I see you tomorrow. You heard? Let's go. Y'all know how we do. Check it out. Let's go. Monday is the worst, first day of the week. Always seem to feel I never get enough sleep. Tuesday's the one day that feels like a Sunday, but if it wasn't for Monday, I wouldn't even notice. Wednesday's the hump day, get you out the slump day. Thursday's the day before that bread, so you dump day. Friday's the next direct deposit. It's the weekend, Doogie didn't realize it.